Hello, everyone. Alright, shush, don't tell anybody. We're starting a few minutes early. Welcome back to more Valheim. We are on the second episode of our Archer adventure. If it wasn't obvious from the title. But, yeah, yesterday we had a nice big start to our journey. Did a lot of resource collection and, you know, foundational stuff. We got a nice little shack thing going on here. But we don't have our actual base built. So that's where we're going to be starting today. Yesterday at the end of the stream, I was trying out a couple of little things, some mechanics and stuff. And there's still a couple of things that I want to like test, I think, but for the most part, where I want to start today is getting an idea of the dimensions of our base, at least to start off with. And I think that I've figured out how to do a couple of silly things, basically. But what did I need? I needed food. Yeah, I don't want to use our cooked bear meat just yet. I feel like there's something else that I needed that I'm missing as well. Oh well, whatever. Maybe I should have grabbed a little bit more regular wood, not just core wood. Oh. Okay, so we're gonna do a little bit of trial and error here. A little bit of mapping. A little bit of tapping. A little bit of terraforming. You know, maybe we should go get rested buff, and also, maybe we should end up sleeping, because we're going to be losing daylight here pretty soon. I guess I'll just hammer out what we have here right now, flatten this out a little bit more. I wanted a little bit more space than what I had, like, you know, kind of thought about yesterday. And, hopefully, if all goes well, it'll make sense as to why. But yeah, I have an idea in my head. I don't perfectly have like a set in stone plan of how I'm doing things. Just an idea. A thought and a dream. I guess for right now, I'll just kind of set this aside on like a rock. Kind of want it out of the way. I don't think this necessarily has to be like perfect or anything like that, but the flatter the better. Seems pretty good for right now. There's a couple of things with my idea that might be a little on the sus side. Gonna need a lot of wood, a lot of core wood. And probably a bunch of pine cones, so. I'm also not sure if I really want to start building the base until we get iron. Because iron is going to help us a lot. Just kind of in general. And of course it's foggy. Gotta love that nice, like, calm, relaxing Meadows music, though. Kinda makes you want to just, like, go and take a little stroll, wander around, and, you know, enjoy the breeze. Although I imagine that, how, like, foggy it is, it's probably on the chilly side. But personally, that's like my favorite type of weather. Just throw on a jacket, some comfy, like, basically sweatpants, or, you know, something similar. Okay, I have no idea how much actual space that I want here, but something like this seems good. I genuinely don't remember what I wanted the wood for, but I think I wanted it for something. Oh well. Okay. Let's start, like, here, probably. Need to raise the ground over here from the looks of it. Now, don't ask me what I'm doing because I don't exactly know, alright? We are doing things, which doesn't necessarily tell us much. Now, this doesn't have to be perfect, but okay, I was kind of afraid of that. Huh. Kind of weird because that doesn't actually look like it, it didn't really look like it fully, like, fit properly, but I guess it kind of does. Raising the ground there, a little unnecessary, no worries. Okay, so that's not the point that we want. That's not quite it either, apparently. Not actually sure if there's a spot that correctly goes like all the way across. I'm trying to find like the center basically, but seems like it's slightly off. Though the shape here is definitely like even, I guess. Like all I did was two 4-meter beams, and then I would do 2 ticks for angle, and I just did that all the way around. So yeah, everything should be even, but I guess that you can't just do 4-meter beams straight across from like every point, which is kind of annoying. Maybe it's because I'm doing it in intervals of 4, something like that. I don't know. So that would be 4, 8, 12, 16, and then it looks like it's probably like 3. Or 3 and some change. Weird how that works out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that 8? Yeah. So it's like a perfect octagon, I think. Maybe it's not perfect because they kind of snap into each other, right? So then there's like tiny little bits of overlap, which I guess adds up somewhere. I don't know. I guess this would still kind of work though. Hard to say. So then let's do a little bit of measuring from the I guess the joints. That's slightly off. That seems a little bit better though for this little gap. So yeah, let's do that. Why am I measuring like this, you might ask? I have my reasons. They're probably crazy reasons, but I have my reasons. Yeah, probably one of these in like every quadrant is probably good. Doesn't need to be perfect. And yes, I'm sure that this looks absolutely wild and crazy and nonsensical, and in a sense it kind of is. All will become clear soon. Mystery. Woohoo! We're planning on where we're planting trees. That's all there is to it. Okay, so from there, what I think I want is, I'm not sure exactly how this is gonna work. I guess I'll just do that. Oh. Yeah, that works. Yeah, that seems fine. And then... Okay, so this is the step that I wasn't sure what I wanted to do exactly. So this is the planning phase of how many things we are going to be putting into rooms, basically. This realistically should be more than enough room to do both storage, kitchen, and bedroom. And I believe that the way that I have this envisioned, I should be able to get like 2 floors if necessary, so this should be a lot of space. So then... what else do I want to do here? Maybe this doesn't need to be this long. Probably doesn't need to be this long. Yeah, there's like no way that's gonna work. Oh boy. Yeah, the Armory is not gonna wanna be okay with clipping through things from the looks of it. Which makes sense. I'm not surprised in the slightest. Alright, that's gonna have to be something that is after iron then. Also, I realized that we ran out of food, so let's find some noms. Our old school noms. Let's get our rested buff while we're at it too. But okay, so the Armory is really big, so if we're gonna do a workshop, it's gonna need a lot of space. I think that with all the space that we have in that I have laid out in like the main area, there should be enough room for workbenches and stuff. So this is probably fine for that. So then what I need is room for the Armory. Can't even exactly fully gauge how big this is. Okay, so it's a little bit bigger than 6 meters. I guess I would say comfortably, like, it's like 7 and some change, but I guess you could comfortably say like 8 meters. And then about 6 meters wide. So reasonably, we need that much space, or even a little bit more than that, like just for the Armory itself. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 by 3 of 2 by 2s. By the way, all we're doing is planning. We are not, this isn't our like final design per se, but it's doing a little bit of design testing and planning. We're gonna need to go chop trees pretty soon. And we're going to be doing that in the Black Forest. Get some core wood, some pine cones, regular wood. Okay, so if that's enough room for the armory, we don't need a smelter. We do want the blast furnace and probably the charcoal kiln. Okay, so I think that I'll make this a little bit wider. Whatever, we're gonna get all that back anyway, so I guess it's fine. Okay, so I'm imagining this being maybe a little bit of like a bridge thing. Armory, kiln, blast furnace. That seems fine. Okay, so then where we need to place is right there. There. Yeah, whatever, I guess that works. Yeah, sure, whatever. General gauge. I was gonna say that should hopefully break everything here. Oh, except for the fact that I didn't break that. Okay. I think that should be okay. Not 100% sure about right here, but Okay. What I have marked out are the locations that I believe our pine trees should be planted. So we need 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 in total. I think we have like 5 or 6. Yeah, should be fine. I think. I hope. We'll just run this stuff back real quick, and then we'll go tree chopping. I'm not sure exactly how I'm gonna do like the floor and the walls, any of that stuff. Iron, I think, is gonna be pretty important for helping us get this base together. Like, I think it's gonna be like absolutely necessary. So that being said, we need to wait. You know, we're gonna need to wait for our trees to grow anyways. So we can kind of figure out going into swamp and stuff while we're working on that, or while we're waiting. We also need to go find another ancient seed to actually go fight the Elder. That's a thing that we need to do as well. Okay, just making sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yep. I hope that that gets everything done that I wanted to get done. So I guess we'll see. I'm also a little curious about another thing. And I can't test it right now because I don't have enough iron. Oh. I guess we'll hold on to a little bit more of the resin, even though we don't really need that much. Oh, we have 9 pine cones. Okay, so we just need like 2 more. It's actually not very many. Okay, let's go chop down some pine trees, get those last couple of pine cones that we need, and then we don't have to worry about them anymore. Maybe I should plant like a few extras just in case though. I don't know the spots exactly where I'll plant them, per se, but yeah, we might as well. I'm kind of half tempted to go a little bit further into the Black Forest here, see if we can find like a spawner so that we can try to get the ancient seeds from it. Did we get a pine cone there? No pine cone. Okay. But yeah, I'm not sure about the floor design. I have kind of an idea I think is kind of cool, but not sure if it's like practical. Then again, I don't think that anything of what I'm doing is practical, but I guess that's besides the point. Do. Pinecone. Alright. Just need one more. Don't think there was a pinecone there. Yep, no pinecone there either. Normally I completely like ignore like the grow your own pine trees and stuff because it's like the Black Forest is just absolutely teeming with pine trees and fir trees. I don't need to plant them anywhere. Didn't realize that the pine tree or the pine cone drop rates are so low. Alright, there we go. There is the 11th pine cone that we need. I think we got an extra one too, actually. Not sure how that hit me, but okay. Whatever, Valheim. Honestly, I kind of wish that they had modded arrows for like using core wood instead of regular wood. Core arrows would have been cool. If at the least convenient, since you can kind of amass core wood pretty fast, I think. Okay, 6 pine cones. We had 9 before, so we're up to 14? 15? 15, so we're like 4 over. That should be good. I think. Maybe I should put up a little bit of a barrier around the saplings though, before, or around the surrounding area before I commit the sapling, or, well, I guess kind of the saplings, right? Yeah, 15. Okay. I think what we'll do is pull up some of this ground over here. I don't remember exactly what this looked like, actually. Oh well. Probably don't have enough wood to completely house this area, but that's okay. I guess if anything, I should be putting this just around the saplings. It needs to be kind of like that. This one would be this side, I think. I guess they're still technically vulnerable to still a little vulnerable to Great Orc Shamans, but oh well. Can't really do much about that, per se. Could do a little bit about it, I suppose, and eventually the plan will be to do something that, well, an original plan was to dig like a big old trench, but I kind of don't want to do that because I'm kind of lazy, but yeah, that looks okay. Yeah, that should be fine. I hope. Okay, I'm sure that this will be totally fine, right? No possible way that I messed up these placements. Most assuredly. Absolutely no possible way. I'm gonna cry if like this ends up actually being like just off and like it ruins it ruins things. We'll see though. I think I gave myself like a little bit of wiggle room anyways, but kept like clicking only when it was in the very wrong spot. Yeah, I don't know exactly how like precise these measurements needed to be, but hopefully this is fine. And these ones I think I'm just kind of winging. Okay. Let us hope that the aminals are not interested in our saplings, and or that we're just, you know, kind of out of range for things to be spawned in until they're ready. They're gonna... the area and stuff are gonna need a little bit more work too, but we'll get there. Okay. Suppose then that we should shift our focus a little bit after that. We'll head back into the Black Forest, see if we can find another ancient seed, so we can fight the Elder. Yeah, we just need one. Then we'll start tackling the swamps. Definitely we'll need to, you know, go farming for wood at some point, but we'll get there. All those trees that we chopped down right next to our little portal, we can always chop, like, you know, finish taking those down, get a bunch of wood from that. I think what we'll do is pick up whatever wood we couldn't before, and we'll bank all of that. And that chest right there. Ow. The trees are angry. Guess there's always the chance of finding a Great Orc Brute as well and getting an ancient seed from them. Dang it. I saw the seagull. The seagull flew away. Guess we'll nab all this thistle too, because it's nice to have thistle. Might as well get the crow right there if it's just gonna, you know, stop right in front of us. Okay, so we'll bank all this wood just right in here, and we'll go on a little bit of a search. And might as well just kind of bank all of the things. Oh. So doesn't look like there's much Black Forests this way, although not really sure. I don't know. Maybe we'll just trace it, I guess. Doesn't really hurt, right? Oh, troll. It's a nice find. Give me a second, Yogi. Yogi, please. Not like this. Alright, spin the bear. Ow. Also apparently get chomped by bear. I mean, I'm not gonna complain about yogi mats, right? So... Oh, of course it flew off, like, right as I shot. And just like in Finding Nemo, right? Seagulls are little punks. You're rats with wings! Mine? 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 No, anyways. I have to resist the urge to like hit every single little wood node as we're traveling along. We don't need that right now, and our inventory is gonna get super full if I keep doing that. Not that it really matters. I mean, I don't really think there's a whole bunch of important things for us to really pick up right now anyways, but... And deer are safe. Marked safe from hunter. We don't need their mats. We're just looking for a pink glow. Like right over there. Suppose it wouldn't hurt to find some more trolls and bears either. See if we can get a good angle on this spawner from up here. Guess we'll need to deal with some skellies first. I thought I heard like a thud, like either a troll throwing a rock or something, but I don't see anything. So, kinda weird. Oh. Alright, engaging sniper mode. Maybe the sound was just the crossbow. And I just thought it was something else. Also, we two-shot the spawner. That's kind of wild. Oh, I never planted carrots. That's right, we gotta set up a farm too. I am a little bit of a doofus. As per usual. Always forgetting things. Don't mind me. Also, let's go investigate this troll cave. But after this, we will go back, depot, fix up stuff, and then we'll go fight Elder. Hey, we got trust this time. I guess we have space, so I'll take the wood. Like I was saying, we are going to need it. I guess it's also not necessarily bad to keep exploring the Black Forest, because there's a chance that we could run into Haldor Also, we're like far enough out that it could just turn into swamp, so there are benefits. Also, I had a silly idea with these yellow mushrooms, so I should be collecting more of them. Purely for aesthetics, by the way. Yeah, it's possible that Haldor could be out here. We're far enough away from spawn, I think, at this point, so wouldn't be a bad idea to kind of delve further. Yeah, we'll do that after Elder. We'll go running through the forest and see if we can find Haldor or like a swamp that we have easy access to. As of such, we should probably also make sure to grab some portal materials. Do 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 do. Ah, good old sneezes. Wait, what did I have that dot marked for? Was that dot literally just the dungeon and I was just like running through? Probably. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it was, we had a bunch of stuff laying around over here and I was like, oh, we need to come back for that. This is why it's always good to label your markers. Highly recommend labeling markers. And now we're full. Okay, let's drop rocks for right now. I'd rather have the wood, I think. A lot of copper around here too. I think we're pretty set on copper though. Could be wrong. But we also have like a few more nodes and places to like get copper should we need it, so don't think we need to go out of our way to label every single copper vein that we run into. I think there's one really close by to over here too, but don't need it at the moment. Big stretchy. Okay. Waddle around the rock. Waddle around the rock. Oh no, it's too steep. Aha! Angles. This is the other thing that iron is going to help with too, is the amount of stuff that we have. Being able to change over to iron chests will be good. I think I used up the other stack of blueberries already. So let me just take a bunch of these, I guess. We'll make some more Queen's Jam. Guess I might as well just like take these arrows with us because why not? We probably are already good on just stuff to, Oh, right. So, this mod got recommended to us yesterday, and I haven't actually had a chance to, like, check it out, but yeah, we added, VNEI, or Valheim, Never Enough Items, so that we can, check out recipes and stuff on the fly if we need to. I don't know what these fireworks are. I've never seen those before, but okay. But yeah, so we can hover over an item and hit R, and then it'll show us like the recipes for things. So we can like double check, you know, how much things cost, stuff like that. So this'll be good for whenever I totally forget, you know, like this will be good for when I forget, you know, how much of a thing that we need, and we can just kind of look it up in our inventory instead of, you know, going over to like a workbench or something. Also, I didn't realize that the fireworks were actually base game and from Hilder. That's interesting. Also, let's not show creatures. Pieces, armor, weapons and shields, food, generic items. How do I remove this? I guess you can't. Interesting. Oh. Alright, well, anyways. I don't know how much we'll be using of that, but, it is a very cool thing. It's very, reminds me... Yeah. There's, like, a mod in, Minecraft that's, like, very similar. But yeah, I believe it was, Logar who found that and, mentioned it in chat yesterday. I'm so bad with names. I'm so sorry. But yeah, between fire bolts and just honestly, I think bone arrows are probably better against Elder. Cause I think he's resistant to pierce. But yeah, I think that we're good to go. Outside of, I was looking at upgrades and then I got distracted. As per usual. We are not upgrading the buckshot. I don't want to go farm Aether like 3 more times just for level 2. Troll bones and razorback tusks, but we also need to get the fletching thing to level 2. And let's just make an extra bronze, I guess, because why the heck not? Also, let's, I guess, keep smelting. Still have metals, might as well smelt them down. I know there are some mods and things that require some of the raw ores, but I don't think that they're base game at all. Okay, we need 20 bronze nails, 4 deer hide, 12 fine wood. Extra deer hides over here. 12 fine wood, which is somewhere. Okay, we might want to chop down our oak trees at this point and fill ourselves up with fine wood. Hey, Sammy. How's it going? And then we didn't have extra bronze nails, but we did make that one extra bronze, so that worked out. Hop. And I don't think that we need to interact with this, so it just needs to be nearby. Huntsman bow is nearby, but might as well upgrade our troll bow, you know, if we can, so. I think that was 2 troll bones and 3 razorback tusks. We actually are running out of tusks. I guess I shouldn't have stopped picking on the razorbacks. I don't know. I don't know how important getting the trollbone bow to 3 or 4 is realistically, but whatever. Alright, maybe we'll chop down 1 oak tree just to give us enough fine wood to make a couple of portals, right? I want to spend as little time over here as possible right now while the saplings are growing, just so there's far less chance for them to get attacked by wildlife. Although, the only thing that I'm really worried about is, like, Great Oak Shamans, and they're only around at night, so as long as we're not hanging out in that area at night, I think we'll be okay, but I don't know. I'm being, like, extra paranoid, I guess. Those trees are a little important. Well, okay, those trees are a lot of important, but, you know. Trees everywhere. I saw the crow too late. I had already jumped. Alright. Let's show this guy who's boss. See if we can get the sneak attack. Sneak attack's a little bit rough with the bow weapons, but oh wait, I'm actually trying to use more of the buckshot. This should be a pretty easy fight overall, though. It's gonna basically look like this the whole time. We just try to bait out the ranged attack, wait until we have a shot, shoot, bait out the attack some more, and try not to, you know, stand next to roots. Pretty standard Eldritch procedure. Ow. And I guess technically, you know, try not to shoot roots. Wow, that went right through him. Do 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 do. Usually, the only thing you have to worry about with this type of strategy is literally just extra things aggroing from the forest. Like, 1 or 2 Great Orbs, normally not too bad, but if you happen to bait over like a bunch of them, like that are protecting a tower, or you know, like a random brute, random shaman, stuff like that, those are usually when you have a problem of some kind. But normally, like, actually just 1v1, Elder can't really do much of anything as long as you use the pillars properly. Good thing that he can't destroy them like Yagluth can. Should only be like a couple more shots before he's done. Maybe 3. Pop. And there you go. Elder down. Well, still pretty early in the day. Honestly, I think that we just kinda mosey on. Do 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 do. Adventure. Let's explore. Find out what is in store for us. Huh. You know what? This is a cute little lake. Also another spawner right over there. Feel like this would be a really cool location for a base here. Just like base out in the middle of the water. Do, 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 do. Well, I probably shouldn't be wasting all the rest of my fire bolts, but eh. We also don't really need to snipe everything that we come across, but doing it anyways. Also, you guys have no idea how nice it is to be playing with the ranged weapons after like doing a whole bunch, so many melee things. Even though we kind of had range options, it's not quite the same. We didn't really have early game options like for ranged, so I did kind of want to hug more of the mountain, but we have a little bit, you know, this goes all the way around, so I kind of figured like, hey, let's go check it out. Okay, when I said we didn't need to fight every little thing along the way, this is kind of what I meant. Let's ignore skellies. We have quite a few bones, and we'll probably use a bunch of them, but we'll get a lot more too, so not really that interested in keeping up with that. I do also realize that, you know, we wanted to make up portals so that we could just plop a portal down if we find something interesting, but it's okay. I'm sure we'll be fine. We haven't gotten like too far from base anyways, and I imagine that we're gonna be doubling back soon. But I've been wrong before. This also ended up stretching further like eastward than I thought it would, to be honest. Although that makes sense because we could see this from over here, right? So that was yesterday though. And I kind of forgotten about it. Let's also zoom out our mini-map a little bit. Just in case we find that lovely little icon, right? Nice little bag on the map that tells us that our dwarven salesman friend is nearby. Dang, how far does this go? And why am I lagging? I guess a bunch of entities are spawning in. Also theoretically possible my computer could be running like a update scanner something in the background. So many boars! It's a lot of piggoos. Wait, isn't... That's over where start is, right? Am I tripping? No, yeah, that's where start is. Okay, so I just never headed up that way, I guess, because there's a mountain right over there too. But I never saw it through all the trees and stuff. It's okay. I mean, we found the one mountain, we found the frost cave, got the iron, got the stone cutter. Kind of realized that I need a lot more iron than I was thinking I would anyways, so kind of need to go raid a swamp, probably. And we do know where a swamp is, just it didn't look particularly fruitful, I guess. It wasn't the biggest swamp in the world. So yeah, kind of just figured, you know, hey, let's go look for Haldor, and maybe we'll run into a swamp that looks better. Look at that draw speed. We are pulling back that bow so fast now. Also running out of stamina really fast now. I missed the rested buff already. Money, money, money. I feel like the next thing that we run into where we could probably pretty easily set up like a little campfire and get sheltered buff, we should probably stop at, like here. Although it takes a little bit more setup than like, you know, the entryway of a troll cave or something, but at least it's pretty easy to just plop that down, get a little roof. Easy peasy. We are losing daylight though, so but this is starting to curve, so hopefully it kind of doubles back here. Honestly, I think I'm just going to leave the little roof and the campfire here because don't really need them. Need being the key word there. Not necessarily that the mats aren't useful, but so many tin nodes. You know, honestly, I feel like the seed has actually been very plentiful as far as materials go. We found like a lot of everything that we've needed, so it's always a feels good. Well, except for iron. We need iron, but we haven't gotten to a swamp quite yet. Except for like a really, really tiny one. But, you know. I think that we're good on troll materials at this point. Probably. We'll leave them alone for right now. Unless they're out in the wild and bothering us, then, you know, no mercy, but maybe mercy. Depends on how we feel. Okay, gonna go out on a limb and say that Haldor is not in this little black forest here. A Pigu, a bear. Well, I was gonna get these guys to go fight a bunch of great orbs, but I guess fighting bears and Pigus just as good. And we actually want those mats, so. Oh, Yogi. Aha! The work was done for us. Thank you, kindly skeletons. We shall now take our leave. Okay, at least I was right though that this just ended up doubling back, so that solves that. Guess we'll see kind of how this. Oh wait, right. This is the little. This is the other side of the little pond, right? That I was talking about would make a cool little base spot. At least aesthetically. Functionally, it'd probably be an absolute pain because you're in the Black Forest. So you're gonna get swarmed by Black Forest mobs basically 24/7. Which sounds like a pain. it would take so much effort to like try to like anti-spawn like the whole ring around the lake. I guess at least there's trees everywhere and rocks everywhere, so it's like resources for like workbenches and campfires are kind of everywhere. So if you really wanted to, like, you could do it. Just seems like a lot of effort. do 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 do. And let's throw out this resin. I'm gonna take out every opportunity I think of it. I'm throwing out that resin. And we're still probably going to end up with some of it too, because there's going to be points in time where I'm going to pick it up, forget that it's in my inventory, and we'll take it home, and then we'll be like, I guess it's going in the box. We're already here. Okay, so I think the plan here should be depot, sleepo, and then we will continue our journey through the Black Forest, but we're gonna go northward, like next to the mountain. Also, I should be trying to upgrade this cape, but we need to upgrade our workbench. Pretty sure we don't have the tanning rack up, but we should have more than enough materials for it. Okay, so 10 of that. Ooh, we might not have flint. That might be what we're shy on. Yeah, we have enough. Might actually need to go grab some more though. 5 deer hide. And what was it, 15 leather scraps? Something like that? 20? Might be a good idea to go grab some more flint at some point. I hope that's close enough. Looks like it. Okay, so 3 troll hide, 3 coal, 2 bone fragments. We have so much troll hide. Yeah, way more than we need. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know what I'm gonna do with all that. Oh, right. We also need to go put the trophy up on spawn too. I should have slept first, probably. Because like I was saying, the only thing that's really worrisome about for the trees that we have planted is Grey Dwarf Shamans that only come out at night. And losing the trees in the placements where I want them is going to be really annoying. Alright, well, sure we have an extra spot somewhere for the blue bus. Alright, we gotta go this way for spawn anyways. Okay, so some of the trees have grown, some of them haven't. Oh, what the heck? Yeah, like, look, the saplings are gone. I don't understand. I don't think that a shaman would have come through and blasted like each one individually. Like we haven't been. I don't know what the heck happened there. That's a little frustrating though. Some of them are like literally just gone. Or like all of them are just gone. And these were the extra ones. The only one of the ones that I actually really needed, there's one. What the heck happened? I don't have the places marked anymore, so I have to kind of like guess. Like it should be like right here, right here. So then right here, right? I'm gonna have to like guess where exactly they should be. And I think this was the middle one. I don't know if they'll even grow because of the. Like I don't know if it's gonna be considered open sky because of the leaves and branches up top over there. So like I might literally have to chop this down and then, you know, replant everything all at the same time. That's frustrating. All of that effort just to kind of get randomly hosed by presumably just something spawned outside of like seemingly basically at the edge of render distance, I guess, right? Because like we were only right over there at base, or you know, just they decided to, I don't know. Pretty sure that crops don't just randomly die, so I think that we literally just got really bad like RNG, got messed up by a Grey Dwarf Shaman or something. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I'm not even sure if like having the trench like dug would have done anything, because like I guess I could have spawn proofed the area or tried to spawn proof the area. I don't know. But now we have to go farm more pine cones because we don't have any more. Spawn is so far too. And then the rain. Now the game is just bullying me. This is like what happened at the beginning of the fist run, where the game is just like, here you go, bad thing. Here you go, another bad thing. Deal with it and like it. I guess we should probably chop down pine trees on the way home too. Start trying to get all those pine cones. Ah, bees. You know what? I also didn't check the saplings. I don't think that it's very possible that the fences were too close. Maybe that's what happened, is that the fences were too close and they didn't have enough room to grow, so then they just died. That might be a thing. That could be the problem. I didn't think about that. I do think that each of them was pretty close to a fence, but I didn't think that they would need like that much room. But maybe the trees need more room than I think they do, and maybe they are unhappier with the fence posts than like normal crops are. That's probably what happened. Because the ones that did grow looked like they had a lot of room, right? They weren't really like right next to fences, so. I guess we'll take out the fences after replanting, whenever we do that, and we'll give it another shot. And I need at least, I think, 9 more pine cones at this point. Because we did get at least 1 extra while we were out. But yeah, we'll chop down a few pine trees here on the way home. Try to get some more cones. Some more ice cream cones. It's what every Viking needs on a nice, cold, rainy day. Though I guess the day is a little bit done being rainy for now. Thank you, thank you. I hope that you have a fun D&D session. Don't die, kill all the bad guys, get all the good loot. Alright, we're at 3 pine cones. I think I saw another one there. 4 pine cones. The pain of gathering pine cones. Yeah. We might even need more too. Like, now that I'm thinking about it, like if we have to cut down the other pine tree, right? Because the because it may be blocking the other pine trees from growing. We'll just try to get some extras, I guess. Just have a whole backlog of pine cones. Oh, we're at 10. It wasn't too bad, actually. Getting up to 10. Then again, we are using the Elder buff, so, I mean, that's helping. Speeding up the process, at least. Pine cones, come out and play. And now the pine cones are like, no, we don't want to come out anymore. Where the cones? Where the cones? Where the cones at? There's another one. At this point, though, I kind of want to get up to like 15, if not like 20, if possible. Kind of feels like that's a good place to be. Oh, there's another one on the ground right there. Unless that's a fir cone, I guess. Fine cone. Fine cone. Ooh, that was 3 of them. Okay. Alright, 18's good. I will accept 18. And a Yogi Bear to top off our pine cream cone. Yeah, I don't know. Do we pick on the piggy? I think we pick on the piggy. I don't know exactly how soon we'll get to the huntsman bow, especially if we want to be using iron for you know, the base and stuff, but I don't know if going up to level 3 of the trollbone bow is really necessary, but I mean, why not, right? It's pretty cheap on the materials for the most part. We have to upgrade our Fletcher table anyways. Might as well. And we can, you know, delay the huntsman bow a little bit. I don't think that the increase in damage is that much anyways, so. I do believe it'll be an increase in damage, but the way that bows work, it's kind of like partially dependent on your arrow, so it's like, I don't know, the scaling on it's kind of weird. And yeah, that gap started to bother me, so I'm sorry. Okay, the rainy day isn't done. It was just not raining in the Black Forest, but it's still raining in the meadows. Okay, so now I have to guess where these plants need to be. Shoot. Yeah, this is gonna be awkward. I don't remember exactly where they were. All of that measuring for basically nothing. Needs more room to grow. Okay. Yeah, so that was the problem. I should have been paying more attention. Tried to protect them. Ended up killing them myself. That's a rip. They are definitely not in the right spots either. I guess I'll just have to make it work. It is really unfortunate about all the measuring, though, and basically how it went to waste. I'm not doing it again. At least their grow time is pretty quick, so hopefully if we're just running around for a full in-game day, then they won't be bothered. Hopefully. And the chests be overflowing. But yeah, it is at least a good thing that they, oh, right, we need to plant the one more over here as well. I must have put the pine cone away. That's okay, those ones were extras anyways, so not as worried about them. What do we need for this? Oh, some use for the troll hide. 2 troll bones, 8 core wood, 20 bronze nails. We have all that. 1 of you, 2 of you. Bronze nails. I think it was 8 core wood. Yep, 10 troll hide. And 2 troll bones. Which are chilling somewhere. Four troll bones and 6 tusks. I don't think we have 6 tusks, or do we have exactly 6 tusks? Oh, never mind. We had 9. Okay. Was it 4? I don't remember. I'm grabbing 8. I don't think it was 8. Yeah, it was 4. Okay, so we will go to sleep, go through the portal, run through the forest, look for Haldor, look for a swamp, give our trees some time to grow. You know, we can equip the wood arrows, because when we run out, it should auto-equip the flint head arrows. Keyword being should. What is it with the boars using deer as cover in this playthrough? There was a boar that was doing it yesterday, a razorback did it today. You know, we should also look into upgrading our armor. I kind of wasn't really thinking about that. Although we're on the verge of kind of jumping up to the iron stuff anyways, but depending on how much bronze we need, it should definitely be at least a consideration. I also still didn't get portal materials. Oh well. We'll just live without them, I guess. Alright, so the thing that we're looking for up this mountain right now is if we spot some sort of a structure. I also almost feel like that's a piece of silver that's just kind of sticking out there. I could be wrong. But it kind of looks like there was a piece of silver, like, literally just sticking out of the side of the mountain up there. In which case that we'd have an exposed silver vein, which is interesting. I don't know if that really does a whole heck of a lot for us, to be honest, but could also just be a rock. Could very well just be a rock. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? That's what they say. Well, okay. That being said, let's not run up there in a blizzard, because that makes it hard to see anyways. But at least our campfire will be there, so we have an idea of where we wanted to, you know, go up to take a look. The more I'm looking at it though, the more it does kind of just look like a rock instead of an exposed piece of silver, so eh. And okay, I see water, or a gap in the trees at least over there, so we're actually pretty close to shoreline. Ow. Darn it, Pigu. Why are you like this? Super pig, super pig, super piggy. But yeah, I don't know really about how useful, like, jumping past iron to silver really is, but it's an interesting thought at the least. I was tripping for a second there because it's like you can see the tree parts of Yggdrasil, like right over the mountain, but I was like, why does that look like there's a big old just green tree on the mountain? What's up with that? Them angles. I half want to just bolt straight up right there just to see if there's like a log cabin or something up there, but I feel like the blizzard is literally just gonna show up, like, you know, on the way up there, so it's probably not that helpful. We can probably kill this drake though. I was hoping its body would fall down the mountain. Okay, well, now I have more of a reason to go up there, so let's be a little stupid for a second. That's a log cabin. Alright then. If there are onion seeds in this, it was 100% worth it. If is good. Oh, I'm so slow. If I had just clicked take all and then started moving, I would have been okay. I wasn't expecting a Drake to just be like right there and then totally blast me. Oh, well then. Alright, everything's fine. We have a death a day so far. That's alright. Let's actually put this out here, but one death a day is not the end of the world. But yeah, I mean, the onion seeds were there. It's kind of worth it. We're doing a death run, so that sucks. So questionably worth. But I'm sure it'll be fine as long as we don't die again. If we die again, then I'll be sad. Just sad. Do. Yeah, that was a pretty bad spot to die in though, so we might end up with a little bit of a death spiral here, but this is recoverable. Basically the way that we have to look at it is just kind of like, okay, if we get up there, grab our stuff, we get corpse run, right? If we at least manage to pick up both of our, blah blah. As long as we get to pick up both of our, like, gear, things, our geared tombstones? Tombstones, yeah. As long as we get to pick up both of our tombstones and, like, sprint partially down the mountain, even if we die again, like, as long as we get, you know, it closer here to the Black Forest where it's just easier to get to, and where the enemies will probably, you know, reset and not be hovering on top of our body, then it should be fine. Just gotta look ahead. That being said, our starter, this isn't Pokemon. Hi, Sue. Also, hi, Liam. Alright, up we go. I don't know. Why are you here? You're the one who clicked the link. Oh, nice. Wait, hasn't that been out for a little bit? Or was that a different one? Okay. Well, we don't have the wood, but we do have Corpse Run, so our healing is going to out-heal the damage we're taking. I'm going to take this opportunity to double check on that rock, which I'm fairly certain is just a rock. I think it was that one. Pretty sure it's just a rock. Okay. Yep, it was just a rock. We bail! Ugh. Yogi! Don't do it, Yogi. There's no place like home. There's no place like home. There's no place like home. Safety rock! Yogi also got stuck. Oh, poor Yogi. Alright, well, we're gonna need all of those materials and stuff too, so. Alright, let's just pretend that that never happened. We carry on. And I think there were 2 trees, and he tried to run in between them and just got stuck, but then because of the way the model is, like, he couldn't even turn around, so he just was stuck there. But Liam, if there's no more updates to Baldur's Gate 3, then that means that Baldur's Gate 3 isn't going to get any better. It has to plateau somewhere, but that's besides the point. Okay, so now that we got that out of the way, we are pretty close to losing daylight. This Black Forest has gone to like coast and mountain, so it's very bad basically. I'm not even sure if Haldor can spawn in like the sections that are really thin and mountainous like that. But also, plains! I don't think that there's anything that we need from the plains currently. Though it is good to know where it is. Oh wait, tar. Tar would be fantastic. Okay. Yeah, but that's gonna be a long while before they can do that. But yes. Hello, Skellymans. I am simply here to put the plains on my map. And note that there is a tar pit right there, and be a little bit sad that it's really low to sea level, and it's really small. But at least it's there. Now let's stay the heck away from that death trap for right now. We'll come back later. I'm not getting stuck on things because I'm reading chat. Clearly I'm a fantastic multitasker. Chat, don't ever let me multitask. Things are fighting. I have no interest in joining them. That is more plains that away. Good to know, I suppose. Wait. What does multitasking have to do with pulling a flutter? Flutter can't multitask. Alright, so that basically is that Black Forest explored. And I'm not sure that there's a point to it per se, but let's kind of just run out to the coastline here and see what we see. I guess theoretically, it wouldn't be bad if we spotted a Leviathan, but I don't have high hopes of spotting one from the shore. Okay, so that's all plains out there. And that's its own island, and it's separated. Good to know. Alright, alright. Yes, it's a party. Party in the meadows. We got the party pig and I don't know. The revelry reptile? Sure, let's go with that. And I'm pretty sure that we've been, yeah, we've kind of already checked down in that area. We were running along the coast, so we know that this water goes all the way through, separating the islands. Alright, so looks like we either need to A, go explore other parts of the island, or we make a ship and sail over to the little swamp across the way that's maybe not as little as it seems. Feather, come back. What? Feather, come back. You can blame it all on me. But yeah, this little swamp over here really didn't have a whole heck of a lot in it. Just some little bits. So for now, we head back home. It's been like a full day as well, so our trees, as long as, you know, things didn't attack them, which they shouldn't because we're nowhere near, like, render distance range, so things literally shouldn't be spawned to attack them, then the trees should be just about ready. In which case, we might be able to just, like, we might be able to start the foundations, but we definitely need iron to actually, you know, flesh out the whole thing. Also, resin, out of here. If I hadn't stopped for the grayling and the grey dwarf, I probably would have forgotten about the resin and done exactly what I said before. Ended up with it in my inventory and taken it home. Or maybe the trees need like 2 in-game days. We probably need 2 in-game days. Maybe if we sleep, they'll be ready. I'm not sure. Just gonna go straight to sleep, not deal with the night mobs. Or anything else for that matter. We did kind of take down all of the barricades, so crossing our fingers that the trees are all good. Just around the riverbed. This also reminds me, garden. So let's take some wood, put the carrot seeds somewhere. Somewhere we have carrot seeds. There we go. Alright, survey says the trees aren't ready yet. Curses. How much longer? Just a few more minutes. Okay. Let's try to evac out of this area then, so that, you know, mobs aren't present to attack the trees. So I say that, but honestly it's gonna take like a little bit to get out of here. Cause oh wait. No, that's not gonna work. Alright. Yeah, we'll just run away. I was thinking that it's like, oh yeah, I'll go grab the carve and we can sail across to the swamp, but then it's like, oh wait, we don't have the portal materials. I'd have to chop down the oak trees first to get the fine wood. Let's just get out of that area entirely and do something else for like 5 minutes. Not sure exactly what we should do for 5 minutes. I guess we could go poke some Draugr, try to get some more rotten pelts, because we're going to need those. So even though this swamp here doesn't really have a whole lot to offer, it does have some stuff. I guess we can fill out a little bit of this fog of war as well, for, you know, no real reason. Also, yeah, we don't have the next table yet, or the next Fletcher upgrade. Not actually sure what we need. But we might need something like ooze, or maybe even some guck. We can probably grab some guck while we're here too. I was thinking about that, and it'd be nice to, you know, have the mats for some green banners. Ah, it jumped. I was hoping I'd beat the jump, but... Ooh, that's a 2-star Draugr. Hello. This is not a safety rock. Ah, tried to beat it again. I know better. I know better, and I keep trying to do it anyways. Wasting my arrows and stuff. Doggos be howling again. Give me a second, guys. I'm gonna go check on the doggos. Be right back. Yep. Very typical of checking on the doggos while they're howling. By the time you stand up, they're done howling. But if you don't stand up, they'll sit there and howl for several minutes. Silly, adorable critters. Anyways, I hear an elk. I see an abomination. I don't think that pierce or blunt are good against that. At least we get a sneak attack with fire, I suppose. But yeah, we don't have many fire bolts left. I guess it decided to do the thing where it's like, I haven't attacked in a while. I'm taking damage. Run away! But at least it's going to reset, come back, and we should be able to get another sneak attack, so that's cool. Helpful. There's the treasure chests. I don't have an excuse for that. I guess this is a good opportunity to use the abomination to help us farm some trees. Okay, so piercing bad. Blunt. Blunt, also bad, but better. For what it's worth. I don't know if we really have the... Yeah, this is gonna take way too long, trying to fight this thing. We don't really have the ammunition for it. Okay, yeah, I kind of don't want to be here now, honestly. All of this is bad. Okay, well, I'd wanted to run into that sooner. And of course it is now running away. Fantastic, okay. We'll just kind of pick up what we can, and I think we'll head out after that. Let some other mob deal with these guys. Oh, it's a crawler. Don't want to deal with that right now either. I don't know if it's been five minutes or not, but honestly, kind of over the swamp excursion. I'm good. So, not particularly fruitful excursion into the swamp, but I wasn't really expecting much anyways. Just killing some time, so. Okay, so for our carve, something, it's like 20 resin, 10 deer hide, I think it's 30 fine wood, and 80 bronze nails, so we need to craft like 4 bronze. I think that sounds right. Maybe we'll see a little boop here in a second. Yeah, trees! That being said, one of them is a lot taller than the rest of them. Huh. Honestly, I was kind of hoping they would all grow to that height, the tall one, but they didn't. Huh. Does that change our plans? Not exactly. Not exactly. We'll have to work around that though. Darn. Honestly, I was really hoping to kind of build up higher, but I guess we're not going to be building up higher. Alright. Things have not gone according to plan at all. The game is basically telling me, your idea is dumb. Stop trying to be cool. Go home, sit down, you're drunk. And I'm like, I don't even drink. But anyways. Being cool is, in fact, very difficult. I agree with that sentiment. And the resin. Curse you, resin. No, no. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so carve aside, we need to figure out where our farm is gonna go. I put the seeds in here somewhere. But yeah, I wasn't sure how much like foliage we were gonna get from these guys over here, so maybe the farm is better off somewhere like up here. Or I guess I could just kind of put it back down over there. And yeah, I guess that works. I was planning on moving kind of all of the stuff that's over there up into the base eventually, but I guess it doesn't hurt to just use this area like that we're kind of already using anyways for like farmland, right? Probably leave a portal down here or something just for easy access. Not super duper flat, but I guess it also doesn't really have to be, right? Suppose it also doesn't have to be super duper big either. I should probably cultivate this area. And or flatten it out before I do anything crazy. Huh. I don't know why, this one like seems like it's like a different color than the rest of them. Like these ones all look like dark, right? And this one looks kind of bright. I don't know if that's just like the lighting or what. Kind of weird. Like, kind of like was like, oh, is it damaged? No, apparently it's just color is messed up for some reason. Alright, that doesn't really do a whole heck of a lot against like Grey Dwarf Shamans, but whatever. Doesn't need to be perfect, just functional. Alright, how many onions we got? 9? And 28 carrots. We are planning on going on a swamp excursion soon, so I won't use up like all of the space. Oh, well, I guess I couldn't have really used up all the space even if I wanted to, so that's all good. Figured I would probably leave some room for turnips though, just in case, but for now, I think that we're ready to start laying some foundation. Probably get a sleep in here first though, at the very least. And I should probably make more ammo before I forget. We have a lot of options for ammunition now. Ah, yes. Beautiful pickaxe bolts. I forgot they needed resin. We need Surtling cores. We need to stock up on Surtling cores and ancient bark for sure. Not that we're gonna need that many pickaxe things, but we definitely want many pickaxe arrows and or bolts. Probably arrows, but I don't know. I'm trying to give the crossbows some love too. They're not exactly my favorite, but they're not bad. So, in particular, I guess we already have some resin on hand, right? Feathers, feathers, feathers. The feathers were too heavy. But yeah, let's make some more fire bolts. I do like the fire bolts as opposed to like fire arrows. The fire bolts are a little stronger. Okay, so then we need... Well, we're using flint head arrows right now, but I'm not going to make flint head arrows. Probably do want a bunch more bone arrows, though. Bones are over here. And then, what type of ammunition do we want for our bow? Maybe we just make a bunch of regular wood arrows. Call it a day. Running out of space. Yeah, like I kind of just want to put the flint head arrows away for right now and just carry like not quite a stack of wood arrows, but yeah, we'll do that. Don't worry, we'll get more organized a little bit later once we actually have our base situated and have gotten through the swamp so that we can get some iron for iron chests. I have an idea of what I want to do for storage, but it's probably not going to be anything super crazy amazing or anything like that, so say like don't get don't be too excited for that. And I guess honestly our base design is not going to be as cool as I want it to be either, honestly, from the looks of it. I really was hoping that the trees would be a little bit taller. I think them being a little bit shorter makes the base concepts not as likely to work so well, but oh, did this I needed another tree over here too. Did this one not have enough room either? Okay, well, that section needs more time anyways, I suppose, but we need to go get iron before, like, this section of the base really gets to work anyways, but toss some of that down so I can see what the heck I'm doing. Where does this need to be? Somewhere like right here. Seems right. But this is what we wanted the extra pine cones for when things get messed up. Yeah. This is not going to quite work out how I envisioned it in my head, but hopefully it'll still end up being kind of cool, but I think it's going to lose a little bit of its charm and appeal. Doing things in survival is difficult. Okay, Pine cones, pine cones. Yeah, I don't know if like maybe it's because I planted them on like this hill, so it's kind of like already up, and thus kind of like restricts their growth height or something, or I don't know. Like the trees in the Black Forest, like just looking at them, they look so much taller. Though I guess that a lot of them do have foliage pretty low down, huh? When we're like in there chopping trees, it definitely like looks like they're like the foliage is way higher up, but graduating from what to what? I don't know if that's correct placement, but it looks fine. I hope that's okay. I see. Congrats to her, I guess? Alright, well, this is gonna be super duper scuffed, but we're just gonna have to roll with it. Just gonna have to roll with it. Is this right? This doesn't look right. Maybe my placement's a little bit off. Darn. I had this staircase like pretty well situated when I was doing like a test for it, but this looks off. I don't know, it still looks like it's... I don't know what's going on here. Where did I mess up? Maybe this doesn't need to be over as far. Also very possible that I had like a full step or a full platform here, but then this one I think is supposed to be like that. Oh, is that where I messed up? Maybe that's where I messed up. I think that was where I messed up. Do. still looks right, so I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Something. Always doing something wrong. I think it works though. But also, that's kind of weird, Kerr. Hasn't Gura only been like a VTuber for like a short while? Or has she been a VTuber for longer than I'm thinking? Yeah, I mean, it works. Ah, it did the thing. What? Wait, what did it just place? Ah, there we go. Alright, yep, and this is where we start encountering the thing, where it's like, ah, there's foliage, so I probably don't want to go too much higher here, probably. We're gonna have leaves sticking into the base. I'm not really sure. Maybe a little bit further up. Like one more turn maybe? Okay, yeah, we're just gonna do wooden floor. And shoot. I guess I'm not gonna go super crazy on trying to make the base spirally, because it's gonna be really hard to see. Or spirally, like octagonal shape. I don't know. Maybe I can still try anyways. Well, it's longer than I thought that she was VTubing for, so there's that. Although I guess that kind of makes sense, right? Because she's in the, How dare you doubt me, Kerr, before I even started? You're supposed to doubt me after I start. We're gonna need a lot more wood though. Okay, maybe I can still make, maybe I can still get the octagon shape in. Let's figure that out. I had this all measured out earlier, right? But then we had the disaster of the trees not actually growing, so... I'm not sure if my measurements are going to be super phenomenal or even really work anymore, but we'll see. So technically, from this shape here, or from this tree here, kind of in the direction of all of the things. Don't know exactly how this is supposed to work. Well, we're gonna have prevention for that later on, but raids are on low right now. If we get raided, we literally just go running down there and try to protect the base, so. This is gonna be so scuffed. Because of the trees not really being in the proper orientations anymore. This is gonna be interesting. Also, that pine tree is definitely not in the spot that it needs to be. It's a little bit too far out. It needed to be a little bit closer, I think. But I'll have to work with it, or work around it. Okay, so let's, I guess we're modifying the shape of this. Wow, the tree hitbox is really wide. Like, really wide. Crazy wide. That's touching tree, so that works. That one's not exactly blue, but it's okay, I think. I'm sure that this won't be a issue, ever. dot dot dot. It's gonna be an issue. Maybe not as much of an issue as I was thinking, but yeah, it's gonna look a little goofy. Yeah, whatever. It's not that bad. It could be worse. This is so scuffed. But, whatever. Yeah, it's gonna be like the 3 wide, right? So, I don't know exactly what I'm gonna do with that, but we'll figure something out. I have no idea, Flutz. If I'm being honest, I don't recall. Okay, that might be too far out. No, we like barely make it without bopping our head. Okay, so let's add in a little bit of safety regulations before we get to trying to finish the top section. That being said, this probably isn't the safest thing to do when we can't see, so let's head on down. But yeah, you might be kind of getting the idea of what I was going for by now, I imagine. Treehouse. I was hoping for a little bit less foliage in our faces, but what can you do, right? Also, it doesn't help that, once again, you know, like, I got our trees killed after doing measurements, didn't want to do them again, so now everything's scuffed. What can you do, I guess? You can not kill your trees in the first place, so that's what you can do. Do not recommend. But yeah, we're deviating off the path a little bit here. That guy should just disappear. Yep. And it's definitely not going to be as high up as I wanted it to be, so it's not going to look as cool. But I mean, it's still a treehouse, right? So it's still kind of cool, right? Right? Not sure if we really need like our little safety rails all the way down here. Start it like right here. Still a little hard to see. Sun's not quite all the way out yet. Soon it will be peeking up over the mountain though. The one thing that I never did get to when I was testing the concept of this staircase though is I never got around to figuring out what piece I want to put on the actual like stair pieces, so we'll have to figure that out in a second here. But yeah, this is the reason why I needed so much, where I was saying we're probably gonna need so much wood. So like the staircase alone is over like a full stack of wood, and then like the base itself, right? It's gonna be a lot. Okay, so what is gonna look good here? I don't know if that looks that great, to be honest. But these are like the pieces we could put in. They make sense, but they don't look fantastic. Is that actually snapping to that point? I don't think that's actually snapping to this point. It wants to snap there, and it wants to snap there. I don't hate it right there, but I don't think that that's a snap. But also, I don't know how great that actually looks either, so there's that. Not sure how I feel about that. That looks kind of goofy. I actually can't really tell. I guess I'll just snap it in. Yeah, that looks weird. It would work, but it looks weird. I don't hate that. It still looks a little weird, but not as weird, I feel like. Consideration, I suppose. There's also X's. That looks weirder than the other piece that we had in. Not like terrible. I feel like it's a little bit better than just putting in, you know, like one of these, honestly. But yeah, it's still a little weird. It's not terrible either. Still kind of though. What else can we do? Can technically do like a beam across like that. That technically, yeah, that's not gonna work. Like, we can still easily kind of just step over it and fall off. Theoretically, we could just, you know, put one of these on top of that, and it would be fine, but it still kind of looks funky on the outside. That's not really an option. I guess technically we could just do that as well, but it doesn't look very fancy. I guess nothing's gonna, air quotes, look fancy, right? It's all just gonna look weird. I kind of like this one. I think this is fine. I'm just gonna go with this and call it a day. And we put in that little piece there. And might as well just pop one of those in there too. For basically no reason. But okay, yeah, so trees. Yeah, go trees. This is gonna be a little bizarre. Don't worry about the flooring. We're just not gonna think about it too hard. And everything's gonna be fine. We're out of wood again. So my original idea was I was going to do like the octagon shape, and then I was considering trying to do like the entire floor, you know, like this out of the core woods, but considering that the measurements kind of got messed up a little bit, I think that basically we're just going to kind of adapt from there. Maybe we can do like the walls a little bit in them, something like that, but yeah. Okay, and this is going to be the other problem with Spiral Staircase. I'm just going to have to zoom in when we go up and down the staircase, I guess, so that the camera doesn't... Because, like, this is, like, the zoom in and zoom out is going to be kind of bad, right? So, if we just, like, zoom it all the way in, then it's not as jumpy, I think. Very spinny, though. Whee! But yeah, this is my functional spiral staircase. It doesn't look like much. I know. It's you know, it's made out of wood. I like it. I like it more than I hate it. At the very least. We still have Elder Power. But yeah, maybe we'll revisit the treehouse at some point in time if I can figure out a better way to grow the trees for it. This is my first time trying to do like pine trees growing for a staircase, so you know, cut me a little bit of slack, alright? It still has room to shape up and turn out really, really cool, but yeah, it's a little scuffed. It's a little scuffed. Which I kind of figured was going to happen because, you know, like I said, I had an idea in my head, but I've never really put it into full execution before. There was plenty of room for things to go wrong, and plenty of things did go wrong. One thing that I wasn't accounting for at all, though, was the trees not growing tall enough and having too much foliage. I probably should have built, like, a couple of, at least, like, 4 meters further down, probably, but we'll see. We'll see how badly that comes back to bite us. Alright, now we have a little bit more room for the oak trees to fall down on top of each other, but... Yeah, see, I've built a treehouse in oak trees before, but I basically ended up doing it over the oak trees because they have so much foliage, right? But the way that I built that structure, I ended up needing a whole bunch of iron for iron bars and stuff, so I plan on kind of implementing a little bit of that into our current build, but I was thinking like, oh, well, maybe we can still build at like a good height with the pine trees. They're a lot thinner as well, so it might be a little bit easier to work with, which mostly is true, and honestly their foliage isn't as dense as the oak trees anyways, but realistically, just, you know, I was hoping that more of them would grow full height rather than, you know, partial height, whatever, and I was just hoping their foliage would be higher. C'est la vie. We take what the Valheim dishes out at us with the RNG, and we manage. Probably would help if I, you know, actually ever looked up, like, images of things and, like, used reference pics, but I don't know. I mostly do everything kind of off the top of my head, so. That being said, I mean, it's still working. It's doing what I wanted it to do. Maybe just not perfectly the way that I envisioned it, but, you know. It's doing the thing. Can't complain about it doing the thing. We actually have room for resin now. It's wild. Do-do, do-do-do-do-do-do-do. That definitely helps a lot, the amount of wood that we got from the oak trees. It's coming together. When we come together, no matter the weather, we're gonna love each other till the end of time. Whoa, ho, ho. Till the end of time. Whoa, ho, ho. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Probably could have given the. Maybe they didn't need as much room as I gave them there, but that's okay. Hopefully that's good enough. Nope, it's not. Everything's working against me. How did I, like, get it so well the first time, where they all had, like, room and stuff, but now I'm having so many issues with these fences. Okay, I'll just put that there because I know all of those have enough room. Alright, is that good enough? Looks like it. So if we break this, everything should be green. Everything's green. Okay. Ah. Things in the game not wanting to cooperate with each other. Am I right? The fox screams in the night. Wah! Okay. So, with that out of the way, now that we have some fine wood, let's double check the carve. Yep, 80 bronze nails, 20 resin, 10 deer hide. 20 resin, that's fox hide. That's deer hide. Honestly, I should probably kind of consolidate this a little bit better. Or, you know, like, put the deer hides together. I don't know why I didn't do that. I don't know why I didn't do that sooner. Just, yeah. So we need 8 copper and 4 tin. Then we make 4 bronze. Then we make bronze nails. That was the Fletcher table. I always hope to skip the carve. I like to go straight to the long ship myself, but gotta do what you gotta do. Sometimes you gotta carve. Okay, that is a ship. A carve, if you will. So here we will take a little sleepo. Then we'll go through the Elder Portal up to here, sail across, go to that swamp that we were checking out before, and see what it has in store for us. Also, I'm silly. We could have run over to the shipwreck and gotten fine wood. If I had thought about that earlier, maybe that's what we would have done instead of wasting 5 minutes going to the swamp for no reason. Oh well. Whatever, I guess. But yeah, try to get a big iron haul in. That way we can set up our storage system in the in the base, and it'll actually be like, you know, good storage instead of us cramming in a whole bunch of these wooden chests. So basically what we need iron for right now is that iron chests, kind of the big one for our storage system, and then we'll be making the that little area over there that I built the little bridge to that seems to go nowhere. That area is where I plan on like all of our forging and stuff is supposed to go. Yeah, I don't have like a particular design in mind for that either. I was just like, yep, just need enough space to be able to put the armory in, and a kiln, and the blast furnace eventually. Yeah. I do need to take a quick bio break though, guys, so give me just a few minutes here. Let me leave you guys with a little bit of music, but I just need to go like get like a snack and other things, so I will just be a couple of minutes. But yeah, the music that I'll be playing here is by Sinful, Cynful. There's a link in the bottom of the description here. If you guys are interested in music, I would recommend his channel, and I'm sure that he would appreciate the traffic. So anyways, yeah, thank you guys for your patience. I will be right back. Alrighty. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. Once again. What are we doing? Sailing? Sailing. Or, I guess, kind of going over a river, but yeah, same difference. Hum. Yeah, we're gonna need like a portal network over there too. I don't know exactly how that's gonna work exactly, but whatever. But speaking of portal network, 4024. I guess we can just kind of put a portal right here. Just name it Swamp. We are gonna, you know, want to be able to come back after all. It's so nice. The repair guys came and fixed our coolers this morning, so it has been like cold in the house all day, which is great. Although here in the evening it started feeling especially cold when I went out to, like, you know, grab my food and stuff. So I was like, it's so cold, I need to put on socks. Well, we're going to the swamp anyways. The wet debuff is inevitable. No sense crying about it. Let's aim to go on the southern side of the southern side of the swamp, though, instead of in the swamp itself to sail. So that way we don't have to deal with all the critters. Hopefully. Although we are a lot more armed with ammunition now, so maybe we should try to whoa! Hello there. Maybe we should try to finish off the A-bomb. I don't know. I do hear it stomping around, though. It's gonna take so many shots, though. Oh, and there's the crawler. That noodle has such a bad hitbox. Oh my gosh. Definitely one thing that I noticed about the modded enemies, the noodles. The noodles do not have great hitboxes. Got it down in the end, though. I imagine that this A-bomb is probably healed a bunch, which is unfortunate. Yep. All the way healed. Kind of like waiting for the buckshot to get all the way to its like 3 charges or whatever, but that seems to take a really long time, so we're not gonna do that. We will chase down this lumbering tree monster, though. Until, you know, until it starts chasing us. Alright, it's gonna attack in. So now it should kind of hang around for a little bit longer. I imagine that this is how hunters feel in like you know, like your like horror fantasy stories, you know, like you have your Van Helsings and stuff like this, where it's like they're chasing down a big old monster and it's like, even when I have it on the run, it takes so many shots to take it down. It's not just like a one-hit kill and, oh, it could turn on me at any time, so I have to be super duper careful. And we are using a crossbow, so I feel like that that fits the fantasy pretty well. Oh. Maybe that sounds crazy. Maybe it sounds very thematic. Maybe that skeleton is a butthead. The world may never know. Yeah, I didn't really like mess around in this section too much. This area close to the edge of the swamp, just because there were so many Draugr. You know, like the ones sneaking up behind me. But yeah, I hadn't seen any turnips, so it's the main reason why I didn't really come in here. But it doesn't mean that I didn't miss any. So light 'em up, light 'em up. There's another A-bomb. Light 'em up, there's an A-bomb. I would mark this shipwreck, but I don't really see a point in doing so. Aside from the fact that we just kind of have our, you know, little tree farm already kind of situated. We have another shipwreck that's closer, and this one's a little bit out of the way. I don't foresee us kind of coming back to it, right? So, eh. And the carve just seems so much smaller than the other ships. Like it's so tiny in comparison. Feels weird. Alright, so yeah, I'm pretty sure the swamp kind of opens up on that side, so we're gonna just be kind of heading that way. But we're looking for a crypt is going to be the main thing here. We also need turnips, turnip seeds. Turnip seeds would be a good find, and I think that if we find turnip seeds, we kind of just put our portal down, hop back over to the other side, and plant them. And then come back and continue looking for a crypt. I could potentially just hop back over and take the ship mats back over too, to be honest, so that we're not carrying around so much weight. I feel bold. Let's do a little exploring first. Oh, our rested buff is already gone. That's not the greatest. Elk somewhere nearby. That's a 1-star. Skeletor, calm down. I'm trying to deal with Bambi. How would you combine Bambi and Zombie? Bombsby? I don't know. Like, Zombie and Bambi do seem like they would, like, you know, mesh together well, though. Oh, alright, there we go. Turnip seeds. I found them. Alright, so now we have dual purpose of going back right now, aside from literally just having like full inventory. Oh, right, I, you know, should probably name the portal. That would help. Guess I'm a little used to the last playthrough where it was like, even if we just put a portal down, it would automatically connect because we just had the blank portal all the time. Also, realize that this box actually probably serves pretty well as the boat box for right now. Onion, onion. As if nothing really matters. Okay, we got 18 onions, so let us plant 9 of them. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9. Whoop. Down, Grayling. Can't you read the sign? It says don't bother the bees. But yeah, I don't know if we're gonna need a ton of carrots or not. I guess this little farm could have stood to be a little bit bigger. But, whatever. Could probably plant a few extra onions too. Probably. This gets us. You know what? Yeah, we'll just keep planting them. I was thinking that it might be nice to have like the onion soup like really early, but at the same time too, it's just like the more onions we get, you know, the sooner we get more onions, the sooner we don't worry about using up all of them for onion soup. Carrots, not as worried about. Also, the onions don't exactly matter until our turnips roll through anyways, so, I mean, might as well, I suppose. Okay. New chest time. it's also about to be night, so we should probably sleep. And I definitely need more arrows. As always. Just gotta keep on top of your arrow supply when you're doing bows only. I mean, honestly, you should probably keep on top of your arrow supply even when you're not doing just bows, but that's besides the point. Food. Food, glorious food. I think we'll be okay for a little bit. Not gonna worry too much about losing out on the last slot. Huh. Hello, Audio Oasis. How's it going? I guess we could check the turnips. Check the timer on the turnips. Is the timer on the turnips 58 minutes? So theoretically our last slab of bear meat would wear out before, so I guess we cook one piece of bear meat. Kinda wanna save the rest for like mixed grills, but yeah, bear. It's sorry. It's modded food from the... I think that it's in Armory. So like the Warfare line of mods is like Armory, Monstrum, something else. The mods are all in the description if you're interested, but yeah, basically they're all by this mod creator named Therzie, and there are modded bears in here, and they drop bear meat, and bear meat is a very, very good food. Also, we happen to be wearing bear armor, so. And the armor is definitely from the Armory pack. Okay. Let's break all this down. So the swamp is really skinny southward, or southeast, I guess. So we want to head northwest, basically. So the couple things that we want to find here are, we want to find a crypt for sure. A Surtling spawner would be a really good find. And I guess technically the bone mass rune of some kind, but not super in a rush for that, so not too worried about it at the moment. Swamp is looking more and more bad as we get further into it, though. Oh dear. Okay. I thought that the swamp kind of opened up and continued on, but I guess it doesn't. So we'll kind of cut into the Black Forest here, and we'll keep tracing the coastline. And maybe it'll change back into swamp at some point. It had looked like it continued on pretty far out here though, but maybe I saw this little section here and thought it was still swamp, but It was hard to tell because, you know, like trees hadn't rendered in, whatever. We were looking at it from across the water. Yeah, trees. Oh, and then there's planes. Oh dear. All right, we might be needing to get back in the ship and do some more sailing and looking around. Trying to think of like what we could possibly get from the planes right now that would help us in any way, and I can't really think of anything. Like, all it does is kind of get us a head start on... Oh my gosh. Getting plane stuff would start, you know, start us off, I guess, you know, like, for planes stuff, but it doesn't really do anything for us right now. We can't smelt black metal because we have to beat motor first. Coins are a thing, but, you know, coins are coins. They're only useful if you have a place to spend them. Locks materials don't really do much. I don't really think that we need any of the trophies until we start actually making planes armor. Oh gosh, that is death. That is a death trap over there. No thank you. Lots of planes into mountain. Okay. Also, we know that this section here is separated, I'm pretty sure. Although that looks like it goes straight into the mountain. I don't know. I remember looking from across the water somewhere and there was like a channel of water that separated two islands. So, I don't know, maybe I just can't see it from right here because of the way that the terrain is. The terrain does kind of warp sometimes, like when you're too far away or you start getting closer, so. I guess we just head back this way and we'll kind of skirt around this mountain. And not on this side because that's all plains all the way around. We're definitely going in the direction we don't want to be going, though. Yeah, we actually just fought an abomination not too long ago. I hadn't even really thought about the root harness set, to be honest. Because the Armory mod gives us like different weapon sets, and I'm not actually sure how the modded set like compares to the root set. I think it's better though, but the Armory mod has like basically its own type of like progression. Honestly, it's a very cool mod. We've been doing several runs with it, just because it's like, it adds a whole bunch of stuff. Also, these Grey Dwarves are getting annoying. Alright. Well, that's not good. I hope that didn't aggro anything. I'm so bad at the close range shots. Yeah, we would definitely be going for the root set if the Armory mod didn't have like kind of its own thing, but yeah, the The root chest piece in particular is just like one of the best pieces of armor in the game, like regardless of whether you use bows or not, which is cool. Alright, so it's dangerous to be here, but might as well get some early totems, because why not? Well, okay, the answer for why not is because we might get killed by foolings, but that's besides the point. I'm a little bit more worried about Desquitos, honestly, but... What? Run away! I forget, does the chest piece have the weak to fire part, or is that like the helmet? You know, I wouldn't have minded another finding another tar pit out here either. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure like which pieces of the set had that on it. I can never remember. Oh, it is another tar pit. Nice. Maybe. Not sure, honestly. Could be like a lot of things. I'm kind of hoping that, like, in my head it makes a lot of sense for it to be tied to the, like, the Fenring cult. I don't know, just because they, you know, have the whole frosty stuff going on, and then, I don't know, maybe some sort of, like, frozen wolf type enemy would make a lot of sense for the Deep North boss. I'm not actually that familiar with like Norse lore though, so I don't know if there's like a pattern that where it's like, oh yeah, it's super obvious that it'd be like this thing. It could be like a frost giant. That would make a lot of sense as well. Krampus. That'd be kind of cool. Well, that little structure can sometimes have runes on it, but I feel like it normally doesn't. Yeah, they could definitely go a lot of different directions. They could even do like literally their own thing, right? Like I don't know if the queen is like actually an enemy or actually some type of a character in Norse mythology, or if it was like made up. Fair enough. I don't think I've read all the lore stones myself. I've read most of them, but I don't think I've read all of them. I do remember, you know, there is one lore stone about like, or no, it's a dream. One of the dreams, right, is that it's like there's a kid sleeping under a tree, and when you touch him, you know, you both wake up. Oh, that's not good. But I doubt that has nothing to do with ice, so probably not what was being discussed. Oh, you know what? Needles. Needles might not be bad for us. Now that I think about it, we could potentially get some really early needle arrows, which would kind of ramp up our damage a little bit. I believe so. Yeah, it has block armor, so you can. It's very little block armor, so it's not very likely that you actually get the parry off, but it does seem like you can. I am not a huge fan of the way these biomes are overlapping. Parry it for the thumbnail. I think that what happens is I just get staggered, but I don't know. Maybe it's something we can try later on. I don't really trust 3-block armor, to be honest, and we have no blocking skills because we haven't been blocking. I can try to parry a skeleton though, see what happens. Yeah, that worked. But yeah, maybe later with better armor. We're still basically in like bronze armor essentially. I don't think that we would die, but I think we would definitely get staggered by the Duskito. But I'm always surprised. Like when we were doing the Fists run, I ended up parrying a bunch of stuff that I wouldn't have I would have bet on us not parrying it at all, but we were actually really fine, so I don't trust my own judgment. Yeah. It takes so long to level blocking though. You have to block like so many hits. I'm sure that one of the runs in that I have planned in the future will probably do a bit more blocking. Still haven't quite figured out how I want to do like maces and swords, because there's a lot of like two-handed swords versus one-handed swords, and two-handed maces or clubs versus one-handed, so I've kind of wanted to like split those up, but at the same time I'm just like, I don't know if I want to do 2 separate runs for like clubs, 2 separate runs for swords. I've been very back and forth on it, but I imagine at some point on one of those runs we'll be using, like sword and board, so shield and one-handed weapon, something like that. And then once the Deep North comes out, I'm going to be doing like a pure vanilla run, so more than likely I'll be using probably like swords and shield a lot for that run. Although it'll be a little bit more mixed too, because it'll be like a normal, that'll be like a normal run where I use like a bow plus like a weapon, but I'm a big fan of swords in general, so. When the waves are taller than your land. Super big waves. I see trees in the distance, but they look like normal trees, which are not what we're looking for. Yeah, I think so too. I would definitely rate swords as pretty high up there, like on a weapons tier list, just in general. Yeah, for sure. Probably a little bit better than clubs for new players, but probably not like that much better. Clubs are still pretty good just in general. Spears are a little rough, I think, as just like a individual weapon. Like spears are good with other weapons. I was trying to ambush the bear. Bring it on, Yogi. Okay, so it definitely happened again. I let go to do my attack, but I got hit at the same time. So it just canceled the attack entirely. That's weird. Cause like the neck bit me, and it doesn't. I don't know. It's so weird that the neck biting you can cancel your attack. Yeah, something like that. The secondary attack is really good though because of the high amount of stagger that you deal with it. But it does definitely take a lot more like technique and getting used to than just kind of swinging your sword around. Or even the club. Swinging clubs around is good too. Yeah, swords have really nice clean hitboxes. A lot more horizontal range than vertical range, but I mean, it's good regardless. And then, yeah, the poke is really good. It has a lot of range, deals a lot of damage, does a lot of stagger, so it's like really... I guess multifaceted would be a good word there, but yeah, like it does, it has really good utility. Versatility? Something like that. Alright, we found more swamp. Fresh swamp. Just what we needed. It is about to be nighttime. We should definitely go home and sleep. Not sure if that was a leech or a crawler. I don't want to see a crawler. Swamp. What's the name of that portal? Ugh. Ammunition's looking good. Honestly though, I don't really think that there are bad weapons in this game. Just some that require a little bit more getting used to and stuff. But I like most of the weapons in this game. Keyword being most. Not you, pickaxe. You're coming with me. The crossbow is cool. I have mixed feelings about it. Red jewel weapons are a bit weird. I haven't actually messed around with them too much, but yeah, like the effects, it's like you don't really want to be at low health, right? So it's like, well, this isn't going to be like active like half the time or more if you're, you know, not getting hit at all. Seems a lot better to do the immobilize / poison and or, you know, like chain lightning AoE. I haven't actually messed around with the Ashlands stuff too much though. I've been through the Ashlands a few times, but like I kind of just like burned through it and I'm just like, okay, cool, get me the heck out of here. I have mixed feelings on crossbows. I think that they're good in general, but I have issues with them. First being my aim. My aim is bad, so you get very heavily punished for missing with them. Ow. Ooh, is that gonna kill me? I don't like the fact that while you're reloading, you basically can't do anything. Like, I don't like the fact that it's like, oh, you shoot, and then you just basically can only walk for, you know, however long it takes for your crossbow to reload. Yeah, that's the crawler. It's a modded enemy. It's like a alien snake monster, basically. Also, that's an A-bomb. I don't want to mess with that, because it's going to take so long to kill. I haven't messed around with crossbows too much outside of this run. I do like the fact that they shoot really far, like very straight. That's a big upside. The reload is the thing that bothers me the most. I feel like you should be able to at least sprint, you know, while you're reloading, and like it would make sense for it to be slow, for you to still be slowed a little bit, but like I feel like you should be able to sprint while reloading. And then the fact that your reload like bar, like while you're reloading, like every time you do something, right? Like, oh, I sprinted like for even a split second, it just restarts. That bugs me. I hate that. And then like once you reloaded, literally if you even put it on your back, you have to reload again. That seems so stupid to me. Like, it makes some amount of sense if you know, like swap weapons or something, and then you swap back to it, then it's like, okay, I could see you maybe like reloading in that instance, but like, if you reload it and then put it on your back, why do you have to reload it again? It doesn't make any sense to me. So, yeah. The crossbow is cool. The mechanics, I feel like, could use a little bit of tweaking, or I would have made different choices with them, personally. But, I don't know. It has pros and cons, and for me, the cons kind of outweigh the pros. But that being said, you know, I felt like trying to give it a fair chance since I haven't played too much with it, so I'm trying to use it a little bit more for, you know, this weapon run. And, you know, see how I feel about it later, but not too much has changed. The modded crossbows are really... Oh, that's the other thing about the crossbows. I really dislike that the only crossbow that you have access to is so late in the game. I feel like crossbows should have been a thing that you should, like... I feel like they kind of need to fill in the blanks a little bit and give you some early game crossbows to work with so that your crossbow skill can, like, scale up, you know, into the late game. Rather than, like, hitting the late game and then just being like, oh yeah, here's this really slow leveling weapon that needs its weapon skill, like, to go up to be really good. But yeah, like I said, I haven't played too much with it, like, once its skill level is a little bit higher. So, you know, it's like, it may be kind of slow getting it leveled up, but I'm sure it feels different once your skill is up. In the same way that the bow does, right? Like, I've seen the bow at like 70 bow skill, and like the draw speed is insane. And you can basically like almost rapid fire like the bow, like once its skill is like really high up there. And honestly, even like going from bow 0 to bow like 30, like you feel the difference in the draw speed. So like once you get to like 30, like it starts feeling really, really good. And I imagine the crossbow kind of scales in that same fashion, where it's like it starts feeling better and better once you hit those breakpoints. They just give it to you so late in the game that it's hard to actually get there. Its reload speed is decreased as well, so it reloads faster. At least that's what the wiki says. So, wiki could be wrong. Blob, blob. They're kind of in the direction we're not really going though, so I'm just gonna pretend like they don't exist. That looks like a Draugr village. All good. At the very least, wherever our crossbow skill is right now, I don't really feel a difference, but we're not very high. We're only at like 17, so. Yeah, that's a pretty big difference. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't remember what the actual... I think that is the draw speed for bows slower though, like baseline? I feel like it's probably like 1.7 seconds or something for a regular bow. But I think that the reload on the crossbow is like 1.5 base. I'm not really sure. I don't remember the numbers. I'm probably just making stuff up, so don't listen to me. And by making this stuff up, I mean I'm probably just misremembering, but anyways. It also could just be like modded weapons. Maybe the modded weapons have a different thing. Okay, success. We found a crypt, finally. Look. I also forget. Do you have the different like elemental ammunition types for crossbows in the base game? Like, that's like one thing that bows have going for them, right? Which is like, oh, it's no LE bolts. Yeah, that's another thing that it's like probably sets it aside from bows, and it's just like, oh, bows are like really, really good. Kind of why would you use crossbows? Because then with bows, right, you don't just have to do piercing damage. Frost arrows are absolutely broken against everything they work on, so I guess there's that. And then I guess my next question is, for the crossbow, is there a Ashlands magic like upgrade for it? Like, can you use the magic gems on the crossbow, on the Arbalist? Actually, is there even an Ashlands crossbow? You can? Okay, so that's at least something. Okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember if well, obviously I asked, so. I should have opened the door. Oh well. It's not like I was gonna put the swamp key away anyways. But yay, iron! Finally! But yeah, I watched the Valheim in Reverse run done by Henrik here on YouTube, Henrik. and he got the Arbalest from the Mistlands, like, kind of, I don't know if it's like relatively early in the run, but it felt like he got it like at a good point in the run where it was like basically it's like he was using the crossbow and like he was just like leveling it up, and then like it seemed like he really enjoyed it and thought it was like really good. So I was like, huh, interesting. You know, like maybe it's a little bit better than I give it credit for. Right on. I've considered doing a Valheim in reverse run myself, but I don't know. I wanted to do like a bunch of weapon runs and stuff first. I don't know if I'll ever get around to it or not. That's true. You are very locked on your weaponry until like basically the end of the run, right? Since you can get like very little out of the Mistland stuff. Dang it, my sneak attacks. Yeah, Crom is really good. Yeah, I think that's actually the only reason that I beat the Ashlands, actually. I was so excited for the Ashlands on release, and then I got there, and that was like the worst experience I've had in Valheim to date. That landing is brutal. Like, honestly, it's still bad even now, but the fact that it was worse when it was released is, like, still mind-blowing to me. Like, it was so dumb. Like, literally just, like, constantly, oh, okay, I turn around, kill 5 enemies, oh, look, there's 5 more of them behind me, kill those 5 enemies, oh, look, there's 5 more behind me, and, like, it's just that. Like, you don't ever get to, like, you never got to breathe. Yeah, I took a break until I saw that they nerfed the Ashlands, and then I was like, okay, cool, now I'm gonna go back and actually finish this. I respect that. I think that it was very necessary, personally. But also, you know, I didn't beat it before it got nerfed, so. Or maybe I did, but I think I probably had to, like, teleport at one point with dev commands, because I think that, like, my portal got exploded or something like that. I don't remember exactly, but I feel like I put it down and didn't replay it until it got fixed, so. A little bit. I don't think that it's intended to be Dark Souls-like, but yeah, it is very, like, a lot of people do like to compare it to Dark Souls, and I can totally see it. Duo helps a little bit. I play solo, so or at the very least, I've played with friends, but I've only done the Ashlands solo. But I mean, I've seen some videos of people landing like with like a group of 5, and like it looks absolutely insane. I also should mark my portal before I go running off, but I don't know. I'm derping. I am a derp, and thus I do derp stuff. There was one like compilation video that I watched of some like a trio that were playing Valheim, and oh, their landing was so rough. I think they literally got there, got smashed, ended up having to make like a second ship and re-sailing there again. And then they were still like dying like one or two at a time. One of them would have to go like pick up the portal, like run to some place that was safe to try to put it down, and like they were doing that while like juggling their inventory because everything's so heavy, you know, and like because of the way that Megging Yard works, like it didn't look fun for them. And then eventually they were like, okay, we're just gonna get materials, gather like all the groustin, build like a, you know, like a little base and put the portal in, and then we can start playing the game. Like, yeah, making your death loops are really bad if you don't get like the, you know, like 30 seconds that you need to re-equip all your gear. Because otherwise it's just like, oh, run, 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 oh, corpse run ran out, I'm over encumbered and dead. There is that too, yeah. They were, I mean, at that point, right, they weren't new to the game because they got to the Ashlands, but yeah, I think that was actually like their first playthrough. It was a fun watch, actually. I don't remember what the channel was called, though. It's been a little while since I watched that run. Oh, same. It's... I still remember my first encounter with the swamps. Me and my buddy were sailing, and we were like, oh hey, what the heck is that? What's going on? Let's try to get in a little bit close. So we like move in closer with the ship, and then like a Draugr just like shoots my buddy and like one-shots him in the boat. Good times. That was so long ago though. It's also a little bit fresher in my mind too because we had talked about like the first world that we played in, and here in the stream, and we were kind of talking about like revisiting like old worlds type of a thing or whatever. So he went through and looked and saw that he apparently had the world, but like it was like newly generated type of a thing. So I just recently like checked my version of it, because we used to share it, like we used to share the world back and forth on like Google Docs, so that like kind of whoever, you know, got up, we didn't have a server host, so it was kind of just like, oh, whoever gets up first in the day, you know, grabs the file from the Google Doc, throws it into their Steam files, and then, you know, they're like the host for the day. So I went and checked my version of that world, and I actually have like the OG version that like still has like all of our buildings and stuff. So I might do like kind of like a old world reminiscing stream at some point and go kind of like run through that and check out all the stuff that we built. Because we have like a whole cool little town and stuff, which I don't normally end up like building or whatever because I'm mostly building solo bases, but but yeah, that was a whole escapade. Actually, now that I think about it, it's even funnier of a death spiral because it was like I like took the boat out, would go like he like respawned, I went and like picked him up, we sailed back, he went in to go get his body, then we tried to sail away, and I think that like I ended up getting shot and dying on the way out. And I think that that happened like a couple of times where it's like we go back to get the body and then like, you know, one of the two of us would just die to another Grogger. It's been a while since I thought about that. Yeah, that's true, Sue. That is true. Swamp is the first kick in the teeth for sure in difficulty ramp. I suppose that's kind of where the Dark Souls comes in, right? Where it's kind of like the further in you go, like, and you're not used to the new biome yet, and it like presents a new danger that you're not familiar with, so you just kind of get kicked in the teeth a few times. Plus, of course, obviously, dodge roll. Also, go figure, dodge roll is one of the best tools in this game. I used to never dodge roll until I started watching this speedrunner Nick Rockcliffe, and like I saw that he would like dodge roll all the time, and then during like one of his videos or like the VODs or whatever, like he kind of explained, you know, a little bit more about the dodge roll and how like useful it is, and I was just like, oh, you know what? Like I hadn't really thought of it like that, and it's actually kind of insane. Wow, what have I been doing this whole time? And then from there, I just kind of like learned dodge roll timings from playing / watching the speedruns, and Draugr Archer shoot a tree down. Good times. Yep. All sorts of wonkiness happens. Okay, so it is nighttime. Wraiths are definitely something we want to take down. Yeah, parrying is really good too. I feel like if you get really comfortable with both parrying and dodging, and you like kind of incorporate them together, like it helps your survivability a lot. Wait, did I really one-shot that Wraith? The heck? Okay, this is the other thing about the crossbows. One of the pros. The amount of damage that they deal has not failed to surprise me. Like, over and over again. Even though we are using, like, modded crossbow bolts, yeah. Crossbows be kind of wild. What the heck was that noise? I don't know. It sounded like something breaking something or like pushing a tree, but I don't see anything, so I have no idea. Oh, yeah. You can basically block or parry with just about anything. It all comes down to how much block armor they have, how much your blocking skill is, and how much HP that you have. Ow. Okay, we're in kind of a bad spot now. Nobody panic, especially me. Oh, and there's a Oozer right there. Why'd it have to be a 1-star elk? Doo-dah, doo-dah. Okay, we're okay. We are okay. gonna be okay. I do not want to deal with that A-bomb, though. Still hasn't aggroed. And I still didn't mark the dungeon, even after reminding myself to. My powers of derpness are not to be underestimated. Absolutely one of my favorite things about these mods is the different arrow types. Having access to blunt damage from an arrow is amazing. Oh, he stopped moving at the last second. Skelly's in the way, Skelly's in the way, Skelly's in the way. Alright, well, you guys are chumps. I'm not scared of you guys. I did it just for the lulz. I didn't need to parry him, but yeah. Askfin eggs in the Queen's Lair. I've never actually messed around with the Askfins, like as tameable and any of that stuff. Alright. Have a good night, Skeezy. Enjoy your sleep. Hello, scrap iron from the sky. We love scrap iron from the sky. Alright, we have kept a calm head, and we have not died. All is well. We've already died our one time in the stream, right? So, no more deaths today. Or did we die twice today? No, I don't remember. We're gonna pretend like it's 1, even though it's very possibly 2. Yeah. Yeah. I was trying to put the iron where the coal goes. We need more coal. As such, let me grab some more wood. Fill this kiln. Alright, well, it doesn't look like we're gonna get a whole... Doesn't look like we're gonna get a good sleep in, so... Let's take a moment here. Just to depot, get our rested buff back. Double check our ammunition stocks. Okay, so we got 20 iron arrows. Those are flint arrows. Okay. Okay, for some reason I think I saw like the wooden bolts down here and thought that we were at like 30 wood arrows. Actually not too bad. Not too bad off. I'm gonna make more though, just in case. By the way, for anybody wondering, the reason why I'm still using wood arrows is just because, like, they're really, really cheap and efficient. Like, if I was using something like an iron arrow, then like maybe some of like the 2-hit kills that I have on like Grey Dwarves would be like a 1-hit kill, I suppose, right? But it's, to me, it's not usually worth the amount of investment of like iron and other materials to like get better arrows. Whereas, you know, like wood is really easy to come by, right? And then you can just make so many of the wooden arrows. So it's like the additional damage that you get is like not bad, but it's not necessarily worth the materials all the time. So that's why I'm still using wood arrows, even though like other arrows are better, technically. I would say that higher damage arrows are probably better for things like bosses, stuff like that, but you know, stuff and fluff. All right, more iron. Let's go. So, as far as iron goes, our main priorities are going to be storage. We're going to be putting in a lot of iron chests. We need iron for making our base. And then from there, I think the iron pickaxe is probably more important than a lot of things. And honestly, maybe I should even grab that before doing other things. Depending on how much iron we get out of this crypt, but it looks like we're gonna get quite a bit. But technically, the iron pickaxe would, you know, help us clear this out faster. So, if we get like a chest in here. Oh yeah, there we go. This is exactly what I was about to talk about. Is like if we get a chest that has like 20 plus iron in it, then like we're gonna be in really good shape. And yeah, I think that might actually be a good idea to kind of nab the iron pickaxe sooner. Okay. Let me try to orient myself here real quick. Okay, so let's grab, we'll grab that iron and dump it into this chest right here. This is something that I've been doing quite a bit recently, is I tend to just, instead of like running multiple trips back and forth immediately, unless I need the iron like right away for like a project or something, I tend to like to get a bunch of iron, put it in a chest really close to the entrance, and then I'll use like whatever durability that I have on my pickaxe, right, to keep going. And then I'll just kind of do all of the iron runs like all at the same time. But it depends on like how much time you have, if there's a bunch of stuff that you may want with the iron, etc., etc. We're not in like the hugest rush, so I'm just gonna kind of use up like whatever durability I have on the antler pickaxe, and then we'll take whatever we can carry back home. Especially because like we already have the other iron like in the smelter smelting, right? So it's like it doesn't really do it a lot of good to be at the base. Something like that. Oh, I forgot blobs. You know what else I forgot? I forgot to replenish food stocks. So we're running back to base in just a couple of minutes here. Oh, come on. How is that not hitting this blob? I'm pretty... Okay, that's not another blob. That's just a, just a torch. I thought there were two blobs in here, so I got scared. Alright, our stamina food is about to run out, which is really bad. It's not that bad. As long as we're not trying to fight, but I definitely hear the buzzing of a corpse pile in here. And those rooms sometimes have treasure chests in them, so that's good. Being a kind of a singular, like probably the singular, sorry, words are hard. I'm not sure if this swamp ends up having another dungeon in it, right? So, since this one is kind of like the only one we've found thus far, it's hard to say if we're going to find more. So it's really good that this one ends up having like so many, so much iron in it, right? We definitely have lots and lots of potential iron in front of us. Looks like there's a lot of rooms. There's at least like a couple different other ways to go, like from the front room, right? Front room? The first room? So, yeah. And then corpse pile equals room that can have a chest, which potentially has even more iron in it. Really, really good. And with how much... oh, oops. With how much iron we've found already, I do think that I feel pretty comfortable upgrading to the iron pickaxe, which will help us clear out the dungeon faster. That being said, I think we have to upgrade our forge to level 2 first, now that I think about it. Definitely been kind of slacking on upgrading our stations a little bit. Also, I am super silly because I genuinely just completely forgot, like, to take the stone cutter and make the stone, the sharpening stone out of it. Like, this should have been probably the first thing that I did with the stone cutter. Oh, I completely miscounted how many rocks I would need. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Okay, so what do we need for this? 25 wood. Yeah, this is like one of the cheapest upgrades for the forge, and we should have just gotten that like right away. But whatever, it doesn't really matter. I don't think we're gonna make anything else that we needed like level 2 for, so it's fine. Wherefore art thou pickaxes? Okay, there's the bronze pickaxe. Do we need level 3 for the iron pickaxe? Is that a thing? I could have sworn it was level 2. Huh. We need a little bit more in the way of chains, but... oh, wait, no, we only need 3 for the, I forgot. We only need 3 for. I don't know why I always think it's 5 for the cooking station. Every time I think it's 5, it's only 3. So technically, it's like you kind of only super need like 7. I think that we're gonna need to put this right here. And then the sharpening stone can kind of go some random place. Sure, why not? As long as that reaches, then we're good. Okay, that did not unlock the iron pickaxe. Oh wait. Wait, why would... Is it because we got... I'm confused as to why this wasn't showing up before. What? Alright, anyways. just scream into the void. Also, yeah, we see our iron armor stuff. Lots of rotten pelts, lots of iron is kind of the theme here. Lots of rotten pelt, lots of iron, yep. Not actually sure like how many rotten pelts we're at. I wasn't keeping track of them as we were gathering them. 16. Not terrible. Could be better. We definitely need a lot more, that's for sure. No, no, no. Did not mean to click on the bed. 3 core wood, please. And yeah, let's go double check on... Let's go double check on like our turnips and stuff and see if we can upgrade our cauldron. That's very important. Saith the Red Queen, I believe. I'm thinking of the courtroom scene in the OG Disney animated Alice in Wonderland. Jury, write that down. That's very important. I seem to recall her screaming at somebody. We did it! Turnips! So thinking of that made me start thinking of American McGee's Alice. In particular, the second game, Alice Madness Returns. And I was just thinking about it and I was like, wow, you know what? Alice Madness Returns, or like taking Alice Madness Returns, like the way that the game played out, and giving it like an open world survival type thing would be really, really cool. I would love to play like an Alice in Wonderland themed like open world survival craft game like Valheim. But anyways, things and stuff and also things. Alright, we got 73 onion seeds. Got 80 carrot seeds. Let's try to pack a whole bunch of these bad boys into our little garden here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Carrots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Alright, got a little bit more space for the carrots here, but onions are technically more important, but we want to save a little bit of room for turnips. So maybe I should have done this in reverse, so that the carrots were over there and we'd have more onions. Oh well. And then we have 9 turnips. I think we need 3 for the spice rack. Yes. So I feel comfortable planting 6 of these. I guess technically I could just kind of save them because we have more turnips growing, but whatever. Okay. We need 5 mushies. 5 mushrooms. 2 carrots, wherever the heck I put them. And then it should be 3 turnips, 3 dandelions, 3 thistle? Yep, 3 thistle, 3 dandelions. Yeah, when I was looking at the recipe, I didn't even, like, see the thistle. It's fine. It's fine, it's fine. Don't judge me. Our dandelions are somewhere. There we go. Not sure why dandelions are a spice, but apparently dandelions are a spice. So, this is the world we live in. Spicelandians. Bleh. Okay. So, the most important thing here is this unlocks sausages for us. So now all these entrails that we've been stocking up on are useful for something. Some boar meats, le ficelle, and that's good eating apparently. Honestly, it's kind of questionable to me if that's good eating, considering where we got these entrails from. But you know what? I'm just not gonna think too hard about it. I encourage you all to do the same. Oh wait, we have access to the mixed grill already? I forgot we got all that wolf meat. How much wolf meat did we get though? 5? Okay, well what we really need right now is double stamina food. Is probably it's about time, I think, to start getting into that. So I don't really think that we... Well, it makes... each mixed grill makes 3 each, right? So I guess that it's actually still good to use that as our, like, health food. Okay, so we'll grab the wolf meat. We have enough bear meat for that too. But yeah, okay. Stamina food is what we need to be looking at right now. What can we do in the way of stamina food? Bear jerky is still probably not too terrible if we don't have anything better, since it's like 30-30. It's a good split. Onion soup is definitely where we want to be for at least a full stamina food. Yeah, we can do muck shakes actually. At least I think so. Let's see how much we have in the way of ooze. Quite a bit actually. So let's make like 10 of those, at least for right now. Oh, we're actually a little shy on the rat. We're getting low on raspberries. Our blueberry count is still good, so that's fine. But yeah, maybe we should take a few moments to go running around the plain or the meadows a little bit and get more raspberries. But yeah, this will be our food setup for a little bit. We're gonna go mixed grill, the bear jerky, muck shake, and then once our onion harvest starts rolling in, then we'll be replacing the bear jerky with the onions. And was there any more room in here? Hey, Nick, go on, get out of here, shoot. Nick is trying to munch on my veggies. What do you guys think that the necks eat? You guys think they're carnivorous, herbivorous, or omnivorous? Omnivorous? I'm not really sure myself, to be honest. Really hard to say, because I mean, I think that a lot of like reptiles and things are probably omnivorous, so these guys also seem like they're kind of the bottom of the food chain. The necks. They're the little wannabe dinosaurs that roam around in the meadows. Are we out of space again? I mean, basically. Yeah, we had one kind of hanging out here by the garden, so I was like, huh, you know, I wonder what they eat. Do they eat meat? Do they eat plants? Do they eat both? Do they eat arrows? Twing! No, anyways. Yeah, I could see that. They do seem to be at least, like, partially amphibious, right? So... Lols. Alright, we got a new pickaxe, we got some new foods. Let's go get ourselves some more iron. So that way we can actually get our, you know, our base situated. Can't complain too much though, like we did start getting the foundation down, so that feels good. Oh, we already cleared this way. Okay. I knew that. Just gotta turn around, that's all. I am speed. Speed mining. It's like when you first upgrade from your iron pickaxe into a diamond pickaxe in Minecraft. The difference is night and day. That being said, I mean, I did technically skip a pickaxe, right? Because I didn't get the bronze pickaxe, but honestly the bronze pickaxe doesn't feel that different than the antler pickaxe. Hey, Gratzlutz. Good on you for sticking with your grind. I wish you the lucks in getting to the mythics. You are gonna grind for mythic, or You are gonna aim for Mythic though, right? You're not just gonna stop at Plat? Can't tell if this one goes through or not. That one does. We can see the other. I don't know if this one does. Only one way to find out. It does not. I kind of figured it was this type of room, but I was not sure. I see. Well, lots of things are things. That's what makes them things, silly. Okay, smartassery aside. Well, I hope it still works out for you, moving up in the divisions, but I feel like you've probably still seen, like, real decks in Platinum. I mean... Or, wait. Oh, you just hit Platinum. Okay, so you still have to grind through Platinum. That makes sense. That being said, are Diamond and Platinum really that different anyways? Oh, wait! Ha! I had them reversed. I was thinking that you were in Diamond. Yeah, I don't know about your I don't know about your business, but like even when I'm playing in silver and gold, I still play against real decks. So I don't know exactly what your experience was going through silver and gold. But if you were playing against meme decks, then the queue is BS, and when do I get to play against the bad decks? Still though, I'm not going to take back my congratulations or anything. Like, you know, still good getting through gold. One step closer to the edge, and I'm about to break. Wait a minute, that's not an appropriate song for this. Okay, there we go. I wasn't disoriented, you're disoriented. I'm still carrying around all the sausages that I didn't mean to carry around with me. Oh, whoops. I see. I would get those sometimes, but honestly, even in silver, I've played against, I don't know. There's gotta be like an MMR or something, because I feel like I play against real stuff and like people who actually know what the heck they're doing, like no matter what I'm doing, more often than not, outside of, I guess, non-ranked queue. Okay, I don't think that we have to go through the little water tunnel anymore. I think that the water tunnel is done. Which means that this side is done, I think. I think this side is done. I'm not getting distracted. You're getting distracted. I'm not crying, you're crying. Okay, this looks like another treasure room. Albeit maybe a little bit of a small one. No, it's the same size. It's just the scrap piles are kind of big. Impact Tremors with Mobilize is a real deck, let's. I don't know how good it is, per se, but it is a real deck. Do not underestimate your opponent, because that's how you make Gravy laugh at you. When you lose to the opponent that you underestimated, Gravy gets to laugh at you. That's how this works. That goes for everybody. If you're playing card games and you underestimate your opponent and you lose to it, to the thing that you underestimated, Gravy gets to laugh at you. I hold that right. I won't necessarily do it, but I am allowed. Alright, what have we got in here? Not a lot going on. Open doorway, though. Open doorway is sus. Nothing in the open doorway. Alright then. Chains! Like I was saying, I don't think that we actually need that many, but it's good to have more chains. For when you do need them. Also money. Okay. I think the enemies are through here. Not 100% sure, but thought I heard something. Yeah, I hear the buzzing that way. And I'd like to kind of take care of that. I'm a little concerned though. I need a line of sight. Ow. There we go. Alright, slightly annoying that they ended up getting through. It means that there's going to be a couple more Draugr that spawn and probably get through before I can break the spawner. Not like this. Good old Draugr Elite. There we go. Yeah, get shot in the butt. Hey. So hard to hit the spawner, like the angle that it's at. Alright, get a little bit more stamina. I don't hear the buzzing anymore. I think I got it. Hey, and a boss rune. That is kind of far, actually, for a bone mess. Could be worse. Could be a little bit worse. You know what? I don't think that we actually need that many withered bones on this run. Past few, we've kind of hoarded them, right? Because summoning bone mass like multiple times actually does stuff for us, but doesn't really do a whole heck of a lot for this run, so we kind of don't need to. And I think that we have enough stored away at home. Not 100% sure, but I'll kind of leave these as like a trail of like, hey, this is the direction I was going, but we'll like fully break all of these later. I only have a little bit more durability on the pickaxe, so. We might do a couple of iron runs home because we have so much of it just sitting in the chest in the front. Break. Yep. Congratulations. This isn't gonna get twisty, turny, upsy daisy at all. Surely. I'm already very, very confused. Wait, you know what? We don't need to make multiple scrap iron runs in and out. Just kind of toss it on the ground, I guess. We just need to kind of do a bunch of jumps, right? Up onto the top of the crypt. I hear something moving around out there. Or like, there might be a blob or another Draugr room still. But not 100% sure. What we really need is a chest right up there. That's what we need. Oh wait, you actually swapped over to best of one? I am genuinely surprised. Wait, why was that 8 scrap iron? The heck? Oh, it just went flying. Okay, I need to be careful with that then. Whoopsie. Seven. Not like this. I think I'm gonna have to fight this A-bomb. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to fight the A-bomb. I don't want to, but I kinda have to. No, not an A-bomb. A-bomb, aka Abomination. Don't think that this spooky horror tree monster looks like a little monkey. With a hand on its tail. Or with a hand for a tail. Tail hand. I don't really need more turnip seeds, but I'm just gonna grab them anyways. Alright, that should be enough wood. You know, A-bomb. Hey, Logar. How's it going? I can reach. Run away. They get me every time. Darn blobs. Oh, I one-shot them. Oh, yeah, I didn't even realize that. The past hour actually kind of just, like, flew by. Last time I checked, it was at, like, 4 hours and something. Good to hear. And also good to hear. Progress is always good. We've made some progress today. Not very much, but we've made progress today. We had a very unfortunate incident with me messing up growing mechanics, and I kind of borked my base project. But yeah, we're making do, I suppose. But yeah, I still haven't finished the base yet. But it's starting along. We have some trees. And amongst those trees, there is the beginnings of a floor of a base. So, you know, it's something. Yep. Mistlands is very Mistlands. Even when you use the wisp light that you make from the little wisps that you get from the Yagluth altar thingy, it's not the best. It is not the best. Could be worse, but it's not the best. Alright. Everything's fine. The days of the lack of space are almost over. They're almost done. Soon, TM. I feel like that's basically been like the whole base and everything else about this run in particular is like the oh yeah, there's a thing coming. I don't know when, but it's coming. Soon TM. Ugh. I do definitely appreciate how much iron that we have gotten out of this singular crypt, though. That has been very, very nice. There we go. How much coal we have? 56? That does not equal the 61 that we have in reserve. Alright, let's burn some more wood. So much wood. speaking of, we need more wood, so... we both need regular wood and fine wood, actually, because I think. Right? Reinforced chests, fine wood? Yep, okay. That means that now is as good a time as any to chop down our lovely oak trees. You know, I think this is like the third playthrough that we've basically done this, where it's kind of like we get a bunch of acorns early, and then we just plant some oaks, and then kind of like when we need the fine wood, we cut the oak trees down. I really, really like this. Like, this has been so helpful, rather than just like running around like a chicken with its head cut off, like looking for oak trees and birch trees. Highly, highly recommend this little strategy here. Come here, Grayling. Yeah. That being said, I guess I do get a little bit more acorns because I've been using, you know, the 1.5 world modifier, but still recommend. No, not usually. Kind of funny that you mentioned that though. I had another user in here earlier that I was chatting with, and I was reminiscing about when my buddy introduced the game to me, and like we first started playing. And I do remember, like, we spent a lot of time chopping down trees in the beginning, and he in particular was a big tree chopper, and he would like just like sit out there and chop trees like without like running the wood back and forth. But I remember, like, in particular, he almost killed me so many times by dropping trees on me. And yeah, today's just been a nice little reminiscing about the past. Oh, you know what? We have Elder Buff. I should be using it. Oh, apparently I broke one of these. Whoops. Easy fix. Yeah, slow chopping is slow. Epic loot, getting attack speed on an axe, so nice. Grats on your free win, Flutz. Also, sorry I didn't get to read your message about the BO3 thing and the clock until just now, but I see. Oh yeah? I will have to look into that. Also, I haven't really used it too much yet, but I did also end up adding the one that you mentioned, the Valheim Never Enough Items. I'm sure that I'll use it at some point. And it's really cool having it at the very least, but yeah, I haven't actually like used it yet. I mean, it seems good. Like, at the very least, like, you know, like I said, I haven't really needed to use it and or haven't gotten used to it, but, like, it does work. So if I come over and right-click or press R on, like, the wood, right, it shows me all the different recipes and stuff. Wood arrow. Yeah. And I think that you can do something like at Armory. Yeah. So we can literally just check like all the Armory stuff. Definitely not used to it yet, but the fact that it's there is cool. I'm thinking that if I remember, I might need it later to double check on you know, a couple of things for like the armor and stuff like that. But I imagine that it's probably not going to be something that we use like a lot today. I wonder if I should just be kind of hauling stuff over there. Whatever. Yeah, or forget like the actual number that you need. And if that's rough, let's just Boros, not Jessica. Bows are at 37 and crossbows are at 17. You can definitely tell which one I use a lot more. We haven't really gotten into like the different crossbow bolt types though, so I mean, it's kind of just been like, you know, oh, we have wood bolts, we have fire bolts. The fire bolts have been very good though, I will say that. They definitely feel a lot better than fire arrows. Fire arrows are kind of like, eh. They have like a couple of enemies that they're like really good against. Otherwise, they're like okay. But the fire bolts have felt pretty good. Oh wow, that sounds wild. Dragoon's capes. Let me make a little WordPad note of that. Oh, right. I was about to be like, we only got 3 acorns back, and then I forgot that there were a few of them laying over here on the ground. 6 acorns. Okay, so not as many as we would have liked, but we do have a lot of fine wood here, so not necessarily looking too shabby. That's kind of cool that they made the linen cape really strong though, because like the linen cape is not good in vanilla. it doesn't do anything, and I don't even I can't even remember if it has the resistance to frost on it or not. Like it might actually be missing that. Which, you know, makes it unusable. No effect, no armor, doesn't have resistance to frost, comes way late in the game. Like, why would you ever use it outside of, you know, style? And honestly, it doesn't even look that good, in my opinion. Fair enough. Sounds like a cool thing. We might look into it and use it on a run at some point. Yeah, no frost resist. Okay. Yeah, That would be nice. Like, I'm not gonna claim and say that it's like, oh, it's super important and oh my gosh, how dare they not have transmogs. But man, I would love for transmogs to be in the game. As you know, somebody with a history in World of Warcraft and like Final Fantasy XIV, it's really hard to play games that have, you know, like different looking armors and stuff and not having transmogs, aka glamours. Transmog? Oh no, my age is showing. Whoops. Alright. Lots and lots of iron. That is fantabulous. This is gonna be a really long waddle. Yeah, not all armor pieces are created equally. And then, you know, like with the way that this game works, since we don't actually, like in vanilla, have, you know, capes that are really part of sets, or you just end up like kind of mix and matching, it would help a lot to make things look different, but if you want the easiest queen fight of your life, I would recommend you go to any of like the past, basically any of the runs that I've done on this channel. Like just literally just like go through and skip to like the queen fight if you want to see the strategy that like makes the fight stupidly easy. As for like legitimately fighting her, poison resistance, probably have to learn her attacks. Ranged is really good, but like be prepared to kind of get swarmed. In particular, every single time that she, like, over the course of the fight, she'll do like this little like roaring scream thing, and she'll summon a couple of seekers. So like be prepared to fight seekers during that fight. Yeah, the dwarves are kind of butts sometimes. If you hit something and like trigger their ward like a couple of times, then they'll aggro you. If you accidentally hit one of them, they all aggro you. It's rough. Fair enough. Yeah, having really good food is a must. Having a good weapon is a must. Having a good armor, must. Well, having a good weapon is like whatever, but having really good armor helps a lot. I don't remember the queen's like attacks very well because I haven't actually fought her like straight up in a while. But like, she's not too bad. I think that she only has like 3 attacks. She hits really hard. I would probably recommend going like actual double health foods, something like lox pie plus gosh, what's another good health food? Meat platter. Meat platter is good. So like something like Lox Pie, Meat Platter, Serpent Stew is good too. Like any of those that are like 80 plus or like 75, 80-ish health foods. Having a giant health pool definitely helps like a lot. Especially because in that fight, right, it's an arena. So I would, so there's a piece of advice. I would suggest that you fight her on the bottom floor. That way, if you kind of get chunked a lot harder than you are prepared for, you can try to dash out of the exit, and you can like exit the arena. They can't follow you, so then you can take like a second to like recompose yourself, get your health back, etc., and then like re-enter the fight. Also, the entryway of the Queen's Arena is kind of a safe haven. You can be under there. She doesn't have line of sight on you, so she won't attack you. As long as, you know, like, you're not standing kind of off to the side and, like, she can, like, see you. But yeah, you can kind of hover under there if you, like, need a break. All the Seekers can still get to you, though, so keep that in mind. That's why I would recommend, like, if you get chunked really badly and you need to recover health, I would say go outside the arena, but, yeah. I think I finally took the iron we had in here outside. Also, you may want to still have your Wisp Light equipped in the fight because unfortunately some of her arena is still covered in mist, so yeah. I think that it's like four levels, something like that. It's either 3 or 4, maybe even 5, I guess. I don't remember exactly, but there are like multiple layers in there. I think the very top layer has like no mist, but like the, you know, bottom like 3 or 4 floors or whatever it is have mist in them, so. Yeah, there's not like a ton of like preparation to really like do for her, like not like a bunch of extra stuff per se, but yeah, one of her attacks does poison, so poison resistance is good. Bone mass, as far as the power goes, is really strong, just because bone mass power is really good just in general. And I believe that like the physical side of her attacks, you know, or I mean, it's physical resistance, so you'll hit all the physical resistance, so. Blah, 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 blah. All good stuff. Yeah, I'll have to fight her like legitimately at some point. I took like the speedrunner strategy and adapted it a little bit and figured out how you can literally just fight her without her ever getting a single attack off, and like she can't really do much of anything, so I basically have used the past few of my stream runs to practice that, so. I don't know her stats for that, like, offhand, except that she's resistant to Pierce, so I wouldn't recommend using Pierce. I found that out because of the the spear run, and I was like looking at the boss resistances and was like, wait, what do you mean like 4 of the 7 vanilla bosses are all resistant to Pierce, and 2 of them are the last 2? Go figure. I have an extra coal that I brought inside for no reason. Huzzah! Okay. So in particular, let me grab... I most assuredly have a workbench over at the base, but I might as well grab the wood for another one, because we're going to be over encumbered anyways. Wait a minute, wait. I know what I was doing. Right. I'm just going to take a portal and put it up there so that we have easy transport of all of our stuff up to the base. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Also, we need a little bit more flint, so yeah, I should take some moment at some point to go pick some raspberries and probably get some more flint as well, but I guess we can run up here too and kind of do a little bit more tracing of this island. I remember there's that big old mountain up there. Kind of depends. Honestly, I'm not really sure. I'm gonna start working on the base right now, so I could get lost in that project theoretically for like a couple of hours. Theoretically, I don't know if it'll be a couple of hours, but it could theoretically be. But I guess I could also potentially take like, or I could stop in like an hour. I can't give you any like solid time frame, unfortunately. Base. Oh, I also know that the queen is immune to spirit damage. It's probably not helpful. But then again, most of the bosses are immune to spirit damage, so there's that. Well, it's about half, actually. Aether takes spirit damage, Bone Mass takes spirit damage, Yagluth takes spirit damage. Huh. There we go. Okay, that did not snap correctly. There we go. It's still sticking out a little bit. Or, no, that one is sticking out a little bit. That was not the one that I wanted to break. That was the one I wanted to break. Yeah, there is no universe in which this floor is actually going to be any sort of decent. So, don't think about it too hard. We are finally moving up into the trees, as I basically promised. About 13 hours worth of content ago. Thereabouts. Alright, we're gonna leave the other 45 iron in the chest so we have like a full stack. And then we're gonna take a bunch of this stuff. Doop. Yeah, I should probably do the anti-troll measures sooner rather than later. That Kurt joked about that earlier too. But yeah, alright. I'll do the anti-troll measures here in a second. I need to take a quick bio break, so give me just a couple of minutes, guys, and I will be right back. Peanut butter snacks, my beloved. Wafers, peanut butter, a little tiny bit of chocolate. AKA Nutty Buddies. Honestly, kind of a stupid name, but they taste good. Alright, I remembered zoom in before we stroll down the spiral staircase, which is only so much of a spiral, but oh, whatever. Alright, let's do some anti-mob technology. We dig a hole. And then we extend the hole. We turn the hole into a trench. I'm a Viking and I'm digging a hole. Diggy diggy hole. Diggy diggy hole. Wow, this just keeps going, doesn't it? This hole got very deep. Huh. Well, now we got... I should probably, like, you know, like, aim before I do something really dumb. So... let's do this. It's a good point to aim at the very least. So let's get rid of that marker. We don't really need it. And zoom our minimap back in. Thank you for the reminder. I think we got some broken terrain here, but it should be okay. Alright, and of course we're at a diagonal, because why wouldn't we be? I don't know how I always end up building my bases, like, diagonally. Like, if I had built it, you know, like, this direction instead of this direction, like, this wall would just be flat. But no, instead it's gonna be jagged in the hole, because I always somehow manage to build at diagonals. Without fail. Kind of funny too, like the on the minimap it kind of looked like we're, like, you know, on our marker, but then when we look at the actual map it's like we're not even, our arrow's not even touching it yet. Alright, a little trim there, a little trim there. And we're about to go past the marker, but we're not going past the marker. This is a dumb game. No, I love this game. But anyways. Alright. Let's head up top, see what we're looking at here. Alright, that's pretty good. So now, come over here, and this looks fine. So we'll dot right here. And then aim towards that. But yeah, trenches are really good for anti-mob stuff. All right, there we go. There's our straight wall. That's a good bad joke. Moats work though. Honestly, it's a little bit of a shame that we don't have access to like water manipulation. Well, you guys were the ones joking about trolls and coming along and breaking down the trees, so, I mean, it had to be done. And it's gonna get done eventually. I've just been putting it off because I'm lazy. Looks like our aim's a little bit off too, but it's okay. It doesn't have to be perfect, just functional. I think we angered a piggy. Oh, not quite. We upset him. He was like, bruh, you're breaking my home. Stop it. I heard, like, buzzing coming from this direction. I'm tripping. Losing my mind. Don't mind me. Do-do, do-do-do-do. Honestly, it's not even, like, it's not that big of a deal. If I got raided by, like, a troll, or if a troll happened to have spawned nearby, I think that I would be able to hear the stomping and respawn in time to, like, get down and, like, lead it away, but it is definitely a better idea that we get this done sooner rather than later. Because you guys aren't wrong. Like, all it does take is one troll coming in here, swinging at the pine trees, and, you know, everything comes tumbling down, but... And that is the danger of living in trees. But it's super aesthetic. Honestly, it reminds me a lot of, like, living in, like, a tree or something is, it reminds me a lot of, like, where I grew up. I lived in this house that was, like, overgrown around the edges of the property with, like, trees and bushes and stuff. So it was, like, you basically couldn't actually see, like, the city outside. It was, like, basically our own little, like, jungle type thing, so... I've always been really fond of, like, the aesthetic of living in, you know, jungle, foliage, etc., etc. No, we haven't started on it really. We could probably get a couple of pieces right now. We're at 16 rotting pelts. And look, we actually get to use the thing now. Armory. We need 8, 18, 26. So we're about 10 shy. We haven't actually spent that much time in the swamp proper, honestly. We just kind of been skirting around it a little bit. The first swamp that we got into was pretty small. So we kind of ended up doubling, like, we went all the way around this island, basically, skirting around plains, and ended up coming, like, back around into a new swamp, and that led to the first dungeon, so... this spot looks good. Well, so the thing was, is just the first one that was over here had nothing in it, basically. Because kind of fought like a couple of mobs. We found that one on the way to the Elder yesterday, right? But it just didn't really have anything in it. So after sailing across here, this swamp is also like really, really small and also just had nothing in it. Like, we grabbed some turnip seeds and then it was like, oh, there's no dungeon. It's like over already. Okay, well, gotta go find a new swamp. So, where else? What else did we do today? We did a bit of farming today. I ended up running a full circle around this black forest after fighting the Elder. We went into the mountain shortly, died once, came back out. Then we went up this way looking for either swamp or like Haldor. We didn't really find anything. We came back. And then it was like we started working on the... Like, I had to gather pine cones like twice because I planted a bunch of them, but because I put these little railings in, I put these like too close to the trees, so they all ended up dying. So then I had to like literally go and farm more pine cones to replace the ones that I lost. Oh, also I spent a little bit of time measuring out some stuff here, and then I ended up doing the tree thing and messing up, which completely like threw off my measurements. So that sucked. I don't know how much time was wasted on the measurements, but yeah. Then we cut some trees. Spent a lot of time kind of doing nothing, honestly, or like exploring. Not just nothing, but yeah, we spent some time exploring, doing random things. So yeah, just haven't really like kind of sat down and kind of burnt through the swamp yet. We just kind of poked at it a little bit until we got to the dungeon, and then we started farming iron, and yeah, now we're here. But yeah, we have all the iron needed to upgrade. We just don't have the pelts yet, so I haven't really been focusing on them too much either. But I mean, at the same time, it's like you can only find like so many elk, and then the Draugr have like a pretty low chance of dropping them, so. Alright, seemingly we're just gonna kind of slide along this wall and keep smacking. Seems to be what the game is telling me. Although, that does mean that the hole might be, or the trench might be a little misangled. Let's pop out real quick and give it a little look-see. Where's the workbench? No! I don't have range for the workbench. Okay. Here we go again. There we go. No, you know what? That angle looks fine to me. I'm okay with that. I mean, technically I play a bunch of other things, or have played a bunch of other things. I tend to kind of cycle back and forth through games I've already played, etc., etc. I haven't really been playing much else recently. I poke into teamfight tactics every once in a while when I feel like it. Play Magic the Gathering sometimes. That's also kind of I poke at it when I feel like it. I like Pal Worlds. I actually need to I need to poke it and shroud it again, though I might wait until the next big update. Well, if you haven't heard of Teamfight Tactics, it's probably more that you live under a rock. Teamfight Tactics is just one of the game modes of League of Legends, so... And honestly, I guess Pal World probably falls in that category too. If you haven't heard of Pal World, you're probably living under a rock. No offense to people who actually live under rocks. I mean, I basically normally live under a rock myself, and my friends, you know, normally give me news about new games and stuff, so... Okay, this has stayed pretty true to the course. I think. Yeah, pretty good. You can go a little bit further though. Do. Yeah, Power World's cool. Power World is actually potentially a consideration for something I could play on this channel that's not Valheim at some point, but I don't know. That is like a much later in the future type of consideration. Yeah, pickaxe broke. I've dabbled a little bit in like Minecraft, mostly when other people like ask me to play. Honestly, I haven't really played a whole ton of Minecraft, but I say, even though I probably have like a couple hundred hours in it, but it's like, you know, normally like I play with people and I'm like the person who's like offline, you know, like digging a hole in the mines for diamonds for no reason. Lavender's cool, but not my favorite. Honestly, one of the shames about Lavender is that it's basically the normal type, and normal type is really bad in that game. Perfect pack? You mean like a mod pack for Valheim or something else? Minecraft? Minecraft pack? No idea if I would stream it, but I'm not adverse to like you like sending it to me at the very least. I'm not against looking at it. Last thing that I played was with my buddies. We played the Prominence 2 RPG pack. I think that's what it is. Screamy Fox is screaming. Okay. Did we need to go further than this? I don't know. Angry Fox is angry. That'd be a little rough. Like, probably. There's so many things about Minecraft that I still, like, don't know. Like, I know a lot about Minecraft, but at the same time, it's like I'm still kind of like a noob, basically. I see. I mean, even just like a couple of mods, probably a good mod pack. One of the times I did play solo, I mean, I played like a vanilla-esque, pack that was just kind of like quality of life stuff, and it wasn't bad. So, I mean, you know, even just keeping it simple, probably still something I would consider like a good mod pack, but okay, I did this. Super weird. Yeah, this trench is gonna be like a really weird shape now. What the heck? Maybe I just need to like loop that, pull that straight to like right here or something. This might be better. I haven't decided yet, actually. We don't have like a ton of things left per se, but I mean, there's a lot of options. I think that the one that I most want to do currently is probably the sledges. So like two-handed clubs. I still haven't decided on whether I want to split two-handed and one-handed clubs or not, though, along with swords. Maybe. I mean, swords aren't particularly hard, but they are fun. But I mean, like, honestly, nothing's been really super difficult so far anyways, but they kind of all have, like, their different challenges, basically. Although, you know, we've been playing with, whatchamacallit. I've been playing with, epic loot for a little bit, so that's kind of helped a lot, I think, with, like, spears and fists. Both types? Alright. It does give different types of options, so that is why I was like considering it, because it's like, aside from the fact that it's just like, oh, it uses like both skills, it's like sledges and like one-handed maces kind of have different uses. Okay, I gotta do something about this. I don't know what the heck is going on. Alright. I think if we curve the wall like this, it should be okay. Wall, trench, thing. Whatever you want to call this abomination of a pit. Honestly, clubs might honestly be easier than swords, for at least for this style of run. I mean, just for the fact that the option for the sledges, right? Like sledges are really powerful, like AoE, and then one-handed maces or one-handed clubs are really powerful for like DPS and like, you know, 1v1 situations. So you kind of get both the, you know, both types of combat covered. Not only that, but like you can cheese so many things by hitting them with sledges like through terrain and stuff like that. Yeah, I haven't played around with all of the swords in the Armory mod as of yet. I think that when I first found it, I think I did swords and I think I did... I can't remember if I did claymores or bastard swords, but I think it was claymores. But that being said, it didn't really feel like it was... It didn't really feel like the two-handed sword types had that much like different going on. So I was like, what? Why are there two-handed bastard swords and then two-handed claymores, but like they kind of don't feel that different? Like, I was like, what's the point of the classification? And it's really weird too, because it's like both claymores and bastard swords literally have like a sword at like every single like whatchamacallit, like every single like biome tier or whatever. Our angle is a little off here. That's okay. Terrain can be reshaped if need be. It's all good. Also, just so long as we don't like end up cutting through the trees, it should be fine. But yeah, I definitely look forward to the battle hammers from the Armory pack, because they actually have like a real moveset. Like they actually have like a left click, you know, three hit combo on top of the secondary attack to slam, like a sledge. So, or the sledges do. And then I think that the battle hammers are like their own thing too, but so it's kind of cool. Like they're like, oh hey, still have like sledge AoE options, but also have like a real moveset. Kind of a cool thing. Okay, yeah, so this rock right here. So we'll remove that dot, put this dot here. That's the dot we need to aim for, but let's go repair our pickaxe. And probably do a little bit of a sleep too. But yeah, we have a trench. Pretty sure that... Yep, we have a trench. What I was gonna say is I'm pretty sure that at this distance, Troll is not gonna be in range to actually attack that. Fair enough. Have a good night, Logar. So we just need to make sure that this section is far enough away from this tree. Yeah, this should be fine, I think. Okay, let's go around the trench this time and not fall into it. I have rocks in a chest in here somewhere. There it is. Oh no, the Fox Trophy is going to take up room now because our other one's on the floor. Okay, yep. Clicked on the forge, clicked on the forge. Click. Rain, rain, go away, come again another day. All the world is waiting for the sun. By the way, since I was singing that, honestly, I think that Rain by Breaking Benjamin is, honestly, really fantastic song. And I don't think that it gets appreciated enough because, you know, Breaking Benjamin kind of has like a lot of other hits. And I guess Rain doesn't technically kind of fall into like their general style, right? But I don't know. I just really like it. I just think it's neat. Also, this trench totally didn't need to be this deep. I did not need to go maximum depth, but I don't know, whatever. Something, go deep or go home, I guess. Okay, I think that's the rock that we were aiming at, and it looks like we're on the dot, so that seems good. So we just slide down in here. Here comes the sun, do-do-do-do. We're at that weird jagged angle again. Curses! Okay, well, we're going the right way. Just gotta watch out for the tree right there. You should connect pretty soon, though. And there we go. And now we have a full-on trench. And that should keep the trolls... That should keep the trolls out. Not that we honestly really get that many trolls in the meadows anyways, but yeah, I guess that, you know, in the off chance that we get raided, it's helpful. Just gonna level this out a little bit because I feel like it. Said level it up a little bit, not a lot of it. Calm down, Viking. We went with Freya, right? Calm down, Freya. Was told to crush rock, so I crushed it. I don't think that we're going to be able to get these little jagged spikes out. I think that we're stuck with them forever. That's okay. I'm not too worried about it. Oh wow. I'm honestly surprised that we were able to pull as much of the ground downwards as we were able to. With the, just the leveling feature, I mean. Okay, now I'm gonna bring some of this grass back in. And by some of this grass, I mean a lot of this grass. Bring the grass back. Boom, 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 boom. Shake that grass for me. Says shake that grass for me. No, anyways, yeah, exactly. I'm gonna be adding a little bit more more stuff in here too, but yeah, I needed a, well, I wanted a more level area as the foundation, so it was always my plan to bring the grass back in. And then with the PlantEverything mod, I'm gonna bring some yellow mushrooms in here to really like light it up and add some more color. No idea what else I'm gonna do beyond that though. But with PlantEverything, we have a lot of like random like bushes and stuff and other things that we can kind of get in here to add in a bunch of color. Because, I mean, can't have a treehouse base without a whole bunch of random plant things around, right? This is taking a lot longer than I thought it was going to. I need to put in so much grass. Should probably have like a few patches of dirt here and there, but we'll come back through and touch stuff up later. Okay. So with that done, let's head back up into the base and actually start building the base. Or continue building the base, I guess. Yeah. And that's why we got wood. Okay, presumably that should be fine. It sticks out a little tiny bit. Okay. I broke the wrong one. Alright. Go ahead, get it out of your system. If you need to hate the floor, go ahead. It's not perfect. I'm making a weird shape, and thus the floor pieces are gonna be weird. I understand this. It's okay if you hate it. But if you get it out of your system now, then we can move forward and, you know, hate on it less later. Something like that. Howdy, welcome. Thank you. It's not much of a base yet. We're still working on it. Yeah, tree houses are rough. This isn't the first one that I've built, and I'm still encountering a whole bunch of problems. First was I grew my own trees, so my placement ended up being a little bit off. But yeah, I mean, they're cool. I would just recommend, you know, if you are really heart set on a tree base, like just keep practicing basically. Like just keep messing around with stuff and don't be afraid to like break stuff down and redo it. Something like that. Sorry if I'm being like I don't know, like pushy advisey. Sounded like you wanted some advice. Sorry. I'm the person who's just like, I hear a thing, I want to help. Thank you, thank you. Good luck to you as well. Okay. We need a forge up here. 6 copper, 4 coal, 4 stone. Ugh. Alright, so all the iron that we collected is for the foundation of this section of the house. Fair enough, fair enough. We need some copper, some coal. So the trollbone bow is basically just kind of a normal bow, but it's from a mod, which is the Armory mod. Armory mod kind of adds in a bunch of different like weapons and stuff like that, and different armor progression, along with this really cool armory station. So the trollbone bow is a little bit stronger than the finewood bow. But it has like some slightly different materials. The mod also adds in a few extra enemies. So the Razor Tusk is a like boar that's in the Black Forest, and then trolls also drop troll bones, which is a modded item. and that crafts the trollbone bow. But yeah, basically it's just a slightly stronger fine wood bow, all in all. We're actually using a few other different things from Armory as well. Like we have an early game crossbow, the buckshot. And we were using a crude crossbow at one point. We skipped over the bronze crossbow though. That actually reminds me, I should be looking into what the iron tier crossbow is pretty soon. We just got to the Iron Age, so hey, crossbow upgrade. I hadn't thought about that, honestly. I was too distracted with like a bunch of other stuff. Alright, not sure exactly how I want to do this section. I also kind of realize I probably want to move this now. Just kind of get it out of the way. This part right here, this leaf, just totally looks like a lettuce leaf. I don't know. I just looked at it and I was just like, that looks like lettuce. Also, hi Kina. We don't have core wood up here. Alright, I'll fix that later. I mean, some people might consider that cheating, but like, if you're just playing with yourself, A2, like, you're just doing something that's helping you enjoy the game, right? So it's not really cheating, you know, right? Like, I would encourage you to do that like 100% of the time. Like, just play the game how you want to play. I think that a lot of people actually kind of take that mindset too. It's like, you know, if you don't have like pre-established rules with like friends that you're playing with or something like that, then it's just kind of like, you know, just do it. Do what makes your experience more fun, right? Yeah, my trees are a little tad bit off here, but we'll work with it. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm playing with that setting too. This isn't, I mean, this is like a, you know, casual for fun run. My first run on the channel, I did like a vanilla, like default settings, all that stuff. So that was kind of like my baseline run of like, oh yeah, like here's how you know, play the game as intended or whatever. But honestly, I prefer the teleporting metals too, because sailing metals around takes a lot of time. And then yeah, things like what happened to you, like serpents, breaking boats, it's definitely rough and can make for a very not fun experience. So I prefer that setting as well, and I'm playing with it too. I also lost track of what I was doing. Let's keep like 10 wood on us, but yeah, we want a little bit more iron. I can carry like 8? Nope, can't carry 8. Well, 8 more, I guess. How heavy are those bars? Oh, they're 12. I think iron ore is like 10 pounds, or whatever the unit of measurement that we use for weight in this game is, but for some reason the bars are 12. Weird. Okay. Our forge is down. What we really need here is something like that. So I can go like that, and like that. Right on. I haven't played Ark myself, but I've looked into it a little bit. Ark looks pretty fun. I've played a little bit of 7 Days to Die, and that's been pretty fun. I've played Valheim the most, though, but not even a close margin. Survival games are really fun, though. I like Palworld, Enshrouded as well. Have been probably the couple others that have really contended with Valheim for me, like as far as, you know, just what I've played anyways. I guess at this point, let's just kind of take all the iron and waste all of our stamina. We have pretty big floor to build. Oh boy. This might take a lot more iron than I thought it was going to. That's worrisome. Awkward. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So another 4 by 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know if we have enough iron for this. Yeah. I've had a few PC issues with Enshrouded as well. It's definitely a little intensive. Intensive? Not sure if that's the right word, but yeah, my PC, I started having a bunch of like overheating issues and stuff. Crafting station needs roof. Okay, I think with another, will we be able to fill this with another stack of iron? One, two, three, 4. 4 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4 by 6 is 24, doubled is 48. 50, 52, 54. 54 total iron to finish this section. Pain. So much iron. It'll be worth it in the end. I'm sure of it. Oh, actually, big recommendation. It takes a lot of iron, but the cage floors help so much with stability for building tree houses. Since like the iron bars basically confer like a whole ton of stability, and they basically use trees as like trees give blue stability as if they were like the ground, so you can like extend the amount of area that you're building from like a whole lot with these bars, but it is expensive. Takes a lot of iron. We probably need to go get more iron now at this point, to be honest, if we're gonna finish that floor. Because that'll take up like that stack plus another like 7. I think I said it was like 52. That'll leave us like 14 iron, but we kind of need iron for weapons and stuff too. Plus we need to start doing iron upgrades and junk as well. Food prep table is gonna take 5. We're gonna need another 10 for when we make the long ship. We might need some extras too for wood iron poles. Wood iron poles are really good for stability as well. I don't think we're gonna really be decorating too much with like iron gate or anything like that, so we can kind of skip over that. And we don't really need iron for... Well, no, we need iron for reinforced chests, so... Yeah, we're gonna need at least a couple more stacks, I think. I don't think that we are finishing the base tonight. Yeah, definitely not finishing the base tonight. Hopefully we'll be able to finish it tomorrow, though. Also, I just peeked at the garden as we were teleporting and realized that some of the stuff might be ready to replant. Oh well, we'll come back. Let's get some iron. Gotta raise our Pokemon's defense. Then we were in here. And we went through here. Yeah, that's pretty good music. I really like, I mean, I hear it the most, but I really like the Meadows music. One of the many reasons why I build in the Meadows. But yeah, it's super peaceful and relaxing, and I really enjoy that. The swamp is very eerie and ambient. Can't really think of much. Like, I can't say I've really noticed a lot of the other music tracks though. I actually tend to play games like this with like other music, normally. But yeah, I don't play like other music on stream because of copyright stuff and whatever, outside of like BRB screens, and we do have a few random AI generated sea shanties that we play when we go sailing, but that's a little different. I don't think the ocean has a track, or at least I've never like really noticed it. That could just be me not paying attention. Okay, we are done with this section, and I think that we're probably good on leather scraps and withered bones at this point. I think I'm just gonna leave them behind. Okay, so that leads us Okay, now I feel like I'm missing something. Hold on. Okay. Not there, not there. This was a dead end. Okay. I get so disoriented in these frickin' crypts sometimes. I have to like double, triple, quadruple check. Ugh. Do 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 do. That's awesome. I'm not sure I'm familiar with that song in particular, but awesome nonetheless. Is that, is he a pirate from Pirates of the Caribbean? Because if so, then I do actually know what it is. But it's like Jack Sparrow's theme, maybe, or is that something different? Ah, okay. And haha, I am familiar with it. That's cool. I should do that more often. I just wish there was a little bit more in the ocean, so it's kind of not just like a, here we are at sea again. Just kind of staring at water. That being said, the sea shanties have kind of helped with that, honestly. Have kind of enjoyed us randomly doing sea shanties as we go about. Another 1-star elk. I'm not sure why these elk like being 1-star, but this is like the 3rd or 4th one that we've run into so far. Do 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 do. So that one in particular is a modded enemy. It's a rotting elk, so it's kind of like a zombie. So those ones attack, but the normal deer don't. No. Do, 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 do. It would be kind of funny if we got some attacking deer in the deep north once it comes out, though. Maybe some like reindeer enemies that are like a little bit more hostile than normal deer. That'd be kind of cool. But yeah, you'll see a few random things kind of trickled in here and there that are modded things. A lot of it's pretty vanilla, but there's a few extra enemies and some like armor pieces and weaponry that we're using, like fire bolts. Those don't exist in vanilla. Oh, and there's another little modded enemy right there, the fox. And there it goes. Cute little things, although they are very aggressive. Yeah, our Fletcher table is modded as well with some of its upgrades. Just a few little thingy things to help enhance the Viking experience. I actually think that brings us up to the amount of rotten pelts that we needed to upgrade our armor, actually. And I don't remember how much iron we need. A lot. 20... 30. 30 in total. We do have enough. And enough to finish the floor, technically. I think I'll feel a little bit more comfortable upgrading our armor, though, once we look around a little bit more and possibly find another crypt. So let's do that before we commit our resources. I saw the garden again. I thought about it too late. We've already gone through. Already committed. Alright. Let's hope and pray that there is another swamp or another crypt here in this swamp. For the sake of convenience. Is there another A-bomb stomping around? Oh wait, that's the same A-bomb stomping around. We shot it earlier and then it ran off. Forgot. I don't exactly want to deal with it, but it has aggro to us already. Meh. Bravely ran away, away. Oh, brave Sir Robin. I spotted another crypt. We're in the money. We're in the money. I mean, I don't really see much of anything else of interest here, but we did get... I should probably clear out those spawners, I guess. They're close. I should probably clear them. See if we're far enough away where we can just kind of snipe them out with the crossbow. And this is actually where the bone bolts would probably come in handy, but I don't know. I didn't want to craft them. It was just like another MO type that we would have had to carry around. Got stuck on the thingy there, the torch. I thought I would have an angle from up here to shoot them. I was wrong. I was very much wrong. Maybe. And we're down. I tried. Okay, so now we just gotta sneak some shots past the treasure chest. Or I could just, you know, run in there and shoot the thing, but this seemed like a good idea at the time. Alright, let's just go in. There we go. Good enough. Draugr Elite. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. We win. And now for the elk. He chose the absolute deepest part of that little water section to run at us. Speaking of, we're in the money. Money. It'd be great if we could find a bog witch, but I mean, there's just really not too much of anything here. Yeah, not really. Not really, because the water level, right? So like the spawners in the swamp tend to be at water level. I've never seen one, but there are the tower, like the little towers in the swamp, right? That can sometimes have body piles on them, and they're made of stone, and they sometimes have like the bone mass runes on them. I feel like if you like broke the stone around that spawner and then used the hoe to raise the ground, maybe you could build a Draugr farm. But like I said, I've never seen one, so I'm not sure exactly how that would work, but I feel like it would be possible. Might have to be something I try to do at some point, just for the heck of it. I feel like you don't really need like a Draugr farm, but I mean, I guess if you got like if you were playing like really long term and like use sausages a lot, and especially if like you're playing with like friends, and maybe like their pacing is a little bit different than yours, so like maybe you spend a lot of time, you know, like roaming around but don't want to kill bosses without them. Could definitely see a reasoning for a Draugr farm. Yeah, definitely more dangerous. I'm not sure if, like, I imagine it could work the same way where you could just make hearths and have them fall in the hearths and die to them. But you might have to repair the hearths more often, or repair the hearths. Because I don't remember if you have to repair them or not for Grey Dwarfs. I don't normally build Grey Dwarf farms myself because I normally kind of zoom through the game too fast for it to be necessary, but Grey Dwarf farms are nice. Infinite wood, stone, Grey Dwarf eyes. Very, very good. And then yeah, setting up that farm would a lot harder for sure. Makes me wonder too if you put roofs over the Draugr spawners, the body piles. I wonder if they stop spawning in the same way that the Grey Dwarves do. Okay, I think this was like 7, something like that. Okay, before I forget again, let's well, maybe we should sleep first, but I need to tend to that garden. Yep, sleepo and depot. Our treasure box overfloweth, something like that. And I think that's it. I think that's it for the materials that we need for our armor. Should just be the rotten pelts and iron. Maybe I should check this. I should probably check this crypt before I commit the iron. It could be like a one-room, super bad swamp that would probably make me cry. I think that's a good idea. But let's do some farming. Kind of wish that I remembered how the Charmin theme song goes, because yeah, farmin parody of Charmin. This is what my head demanded. My head canon, it demands the Charmin parody. No, anyways. No, I did not say shaman. Shaman and farmin don't quite line up per se, but I suppose you could make a parody of the Farmin King. The Famin King. Say it with an accent. Say it with an accent. What did we do with our onion seeds? I know we have more. They're in here somewhere, right? One day we'll get organized. Don't worry, everything's fine. I am not familiar with it. I'm guessing that they have a bit of an accent though. And don't say shaman right. Okay, onions first. We have 35 onion seeds. It was beyond my time, Kina. I had already stopped watching TV by the time that 4Kids started showing anime. As in, I was still a kid, but we moved, and then we stopped having, like, I think what happened was basically that we just didn't have, like, antenna for the TV. So, like, we didn't get television, basically, once we had moved. So I stopped watching TV. Which Digimon? I definitely didn't watch Ultimate Muscle. I vaguely recall Ultimate Muscle, like, being a thing, though. OG Digimon? OG Digimon and Shaman King ran at the same time? Huh. That is weird then. I don't recall seeing Shaman King ever. Or advertisements for it. But maybe I'm crazy. It is always safe to question Gravy's sanity. I do remember Yu-Gi-Oh! I definitely watched Yu-Gi-Oh! I definitely feel like Shaman King probably would have been something that I would have watched as a kid, so... Wait, One Piece was on 4Kids? At the same time as Digimon? Are you sure that it wasn't Digimon reruns? Unless they, like, randomly had the same time slots as, like, Pokemon. Because then that would make sense, because I never would have watched anything over Pokemon. I wasn't fast enough to not get the wet debuff. Yeah, that's what I was saying. If like One Piece and Shaman King would have run in the same time slot as Pokemon, there's no way that I would have watched them because I would have been watching Pokemon. Okay, well, we have the 30 iron that we needed for our armor. And we, walked into the dungeon and that was it. So that's cool. I also didn't set up a new chest on top of the dungeon, which has actually been very helpful, so we're gonna do that real quick. Fair enough. It's very possible there might have been something else that I wanted to watch when I was blah blah. It's very possible there was another show that I watched instead of that channel. I would not be surprised. Honestly, let's put the chest like right here. Yeah. Reaching the chest right here from the door. Perfect. Hey now. The Digimon opening was fire, alright? I will not hear any slander towards the Digimon opening. Not even from you, Kina. I mean, at least catching up by November is still catching up by the end of this year. Which, all things considered, I feel isn't too bad. Oh, the 500 mark by November. I see. I've heard that I've heard the One Piece, like, live action does a pretty good job of, like, condensing everything. Not exactly sure. Not 100% certain if that's like a good exchange for like just, oh, well, let me just watch this live action thing and then start watching from there, but theoretically could be an option. No? Okay. Well, take Kina's word over it, or take Kina's word for it over mine. I haven't watched One Piece. I see. Maybe I'm misremembering a little bit. I might just be remembering that it was pretty good. I'm not saying that I heard it from you, Kina. I heard it from somebody else who loves One Piece. So, eh. I guess different people have different feelings about different things, right? Yeah, fair enough. Entryway is right there. Okay. For right now, let's kind of store all of our heavy stuff. Don't know if that's all of our heavy stuff, but whatever. 0.9, 1.7. That's actually a lot heavier. 2.5, 3. Alright, Jogger, Elite, make up your mind. Oh wait, it doesn't have one. There we go. Forgot, talking to a zombie. Yep, yep, yep. Alright, big money? No money. Kind of money. This is a dead end. Okay, I need to take another quick bio break, guys. Give me just like a minute or two. I'll be right back. Alrighty, thank you for waiting. Also, a little bit late, but I've heard good things about Haikyuu. Thank you, thank you. I have already gotten myself lost. Or disoriented. Okay, this is the chest we were at. So the beginning should be right here, right? Yep, okay. Less disoriented. Less disorientation. More iron. We're probably also gonna need some more coal, now that I think about it. No, I haven't used a mod for that. We are just, we're just using the 1.5 times world modifier. So just, you know, the vanilla game, technically. Yeah, I like to use 1.5 because it just, I kind of view it kind of as a time saver. Actually, kind of the same reason why I use the teleport medals, honestly. That's a good amount of scrap to go home with for right now. But yeah, I feel like 1.5 times is like not super overwhelming on the drops, though it does feel like a lot of the time they're doubled instead of just 1.5, but I feel like it kind of gives the game a little bit of a faster pace, but it's not like, it doesn't feel like super cheesy, and you still need to like go out and explore and find stuff, but it's like less time being like, oh, I found like one crypt and I got like, you know, 30 iron, so now I have to go find like an entire new crypt for another 30 iron, and then, you know, 7 crypts down the line and like 3 boat trips and 7 different swamps. Something like that. But it also helps, it does help like kind of speed up the early game too, with like leather drops from like boars and food and stuff. I don't know. I like the pacing that it provides. Whereas I feel like, you know, like the vanilla like normal drop rates feel a little slow and tedious sometimes. But, you know, personal preference. Yeah, that's always rough. Always doesn't feel super great when people's like interests kind of wane at different points, or you know, like maybe you don't always line up time-wise. So yeah, I play solo a lot too, as in like more often than not. You know, I thought we had brought back poison arrows at one point already. Maybe I forgot them. Oh well. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm not sure exactly how 1.5 drops feels in a group. Probably still pretty good though, because I mean, if you guys are kind of all like needing like the same armor, I feel like, you know, slightly more drops will help the group, you know, kind of keep up with stuff while also not making it like a super grind fest, right? Valheim can definitely get a little grindy sometimes, for sure. Although, admittedly, our the like vanilla default settings run that I did here for the stream, or here for the channel, like it wasn't too bad, honestly. Yeah, I feel that. Some people definitely let the competitive edge kind of shape the way that they interact with things around them. Okay, for right now, we'll probably end up moving the wood back up here, but Since we're smelting a bunch of iron and stuff anyways, let's pull a little bit of it down from the trees. Flutter. That was funny. You didn't even really do anything, and it was still funny. Good job. That being said, I mean, I don't feel like you're actually that toxic to people, Flutter, as much as you like to say that you are, but some people are really bad. Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. I know I did. So many other random stressful things in life. So, always nice to just kind of achieve some peace and tranquility, I feel like. Alright. New armor set. Go, go. Well, kind of new armor set. Upgraded armor set. We have graduated from black bear to slightly more green bear. Yeah, our look isn't going to change very much over the course of this game, but the color variants are gonna show through. So this will probably be my favorite because green is my favorite. It's all downhill from here. No, but anyways. Okay. Let's shoot this iron up to the correct portal, not the wrong portal. That would help. But I think we should be able to get this floor finished then. This is gonna be our workshop area where all of our smelters and stuff are gonna go. That'll be a fun. Well, it probably won't be that bad moving everything actually. I'll probably just have a reinforced chest over here ready to go. And once we break the armory, we'll pull all the stuff out of the armory storage, move it up here into the chest, move the armory up here, and then move it over. Shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, I used to play League as well. I still technically do. I only play ARAM now, but honestly, ARAM's a lot more chill in comparison to regular 5v5s on the Summoner's Rift. Probably just because people don't really take it so seriously because, you know, it's not a ranked mode, so there's nothing to lose, right? I play a little bit of teamfight tactics here and there too. Normally about when like when the new set drops. Ah, my count was off. Okay, my count was off by 2. Yeah, it can be fun. Just depends on the tank. Fun builds are fun though. personally, I don't fault anybody for messing around and trying out like fun stuff on ARM. I've seen some really funky stuff like work surprisingly well in that game mode, but I mean, I've been playing ARM for years, and honestly, there were many a night where me and some of our other friends would do like 5-stack ARM, so like, and they were always like the super duper, just like do random silly stupid stuff, so we had fun. Alright. I think that we're okay to probably put this floor in. I think. I guess let's see. Okay, yeah, so even with the floor on it, I can still put the charcoal kiln on up here. Armory works as well. And we don't have the blast furnace unlocked, but it's okay. Okay. That being said, I guess before we get too far into that, I think what I wanted to do was take some cordwood poles and kind of snap them in on the underside here, so that when you're like looking up, you're not just seeing like iron bars. And I might need to do that before we put this floor in. That being said, if we need to do that, then we're not going to do that tonight. Mostly because we also need to go farm cordwood. Or wait, no we don't, just kidding. I forgot, I have like 4 or 5 stacks. Corewood, I think, is going to be fairly important for the way that I envisioned this build kind of coming together. So we're going to end up using a lot of it. Or at least that's the plan. Alright, I've already found a problem with this, in that the corewood beams do not want to like snap to each other. Although it looks like we can kind of put them in up top here anyways. Maybe we go like this though. Line them up better. Yeah, that build's actually good. I hate Fizz. Very good champion. Very hard to play. I understand this. I just have a grudge against that champion because, I've never been dove under tower at level 1 and had the opponent not trade except for against a Fizz. So that still haunts me to this day. I have nothing against Fizz players though. Especially nowadays. like Assassin, I started back like way in season like 2 going into like season 3. And that's when, you know, like Assassins were like super busted, but I feel like they're a lot more balanced nowadays. Shoots. I think that my placement for that piece was a little bit off. Oh, okay. It just pops on top of the bars. That's helpful. Yeah. I learned how to play, or I mostly used to play mid, and I was, you know, like a control mage player, like your Zyras, Lysandra, stuff like that. So, like, admittedly, not that great of a player. So, you know, I have my my characters that I'm very bad against. Okay, we are going to need to break these though, so that we can see. This looks like it's working out pretty well though, all things considered. Was that a little too close? It might have been a little too close. I don't believe that I would. I've never made it past gold floods. Challenger is not realistic. Oh, fair. Fair. But also, never again. Nah, I'm just like not interested in the grind. Like, you have to really, really want to play ranked League of Legends to play ranked League of Legends. You can't just like be like, haha, yeah, I'm just gonna casually play this and, you know, I guess unless you're like, you know, just as good as Faker or something. I guess there are some people out there who are just, you know, like prodigies. But yeah, more often than not, you still have to put in work and effort into grinding out ranked. You have to know a lot too. And on top of that, you really need to like keep up with the game. Okay, yeah, we are gonna run out of core wood. That being said, maybe can we snap from these points below? I need wood. Oh, that... Well, we wouldn't have died, but we would have lost a lot of HP there. Okay, I can work with this. Just gotta make ourselves a little bit of scaffolding here. Get ourselves a little bit of stability. And I guess with just all the pieces kind of already in there, we just need to be able to see below to snap to them, so that feels good. Though, you know, also helps if our hammer is working. What do we need to upgrade the hammer? 1 stone. 1 rock to rule them all. That sounds like a Yorick game. I feel like it's a little bit more involved now than like old Yorick, but yeah, split pushers, a lot of the time you're just kind of you exist. And if the rest of your team like can just, you know, do the thing they need to do, playing against the opponents, then basically you don't really have to worry too much about anything. And that did not snap to the right spot. There we go. Ah, I think the tree moved. No, it's just like slightly too far. That being said, I don't really think we need to go all the way out there anyways, so this works. I think this works. Alrighty. Good night, Flutz. You know, actually, this might work for... I was thinking that we were probably going to do like a lower layer somewhere anyways for like portals and stuff. I think I would want to go 1 more floor piece down, but this might actually kind of work as a design for the lower level, and we could use that as like a portal room. I think also theoretically I could break some of these iron pieces to reach under and put the core wood pieces in, but yeah. This seems to work. I'm just gonna need to kind of get over here, so we'll probably have to use another beam down there for support, but should work. Jungle is rough. Jungle is the spot that I never learned. You have like way, way, way too much impact on the game in that spot. Oh, maybe I don't actually need to go that far and like reach. I can't see. Okay, I think if I go there, that looks like it's the right spot. That looks right. I'm gonna assume that it's right. Okay, that looks wrong. What about up top? Oh, no. Okay. No, that looks fine. It looked funky down below, but it looks totally fine up here. Yeah, seeing gameplay from the pro perspective is wild. They're just like, I don't know. I don't know how they like process the information in like the split seconds that they're looking at other things, you know? I can't even process information for things like staring at them for 5 minutes. No, it's not that bad, but but yeah, it's actually crazy like how much information they can digest and like use in like fractions of seconds. Absolutely bonkers. Ugh. If only I had been maybe a little bit younger and gotten introduced to the game differently. Maybe I could have, when I quit playing, like, to play, maybe I could have become a commentator, or tried to become a commentator. But I kind of just gave up on the game instead of, like, learning more about it. Say Levy. Well, yeah, I won't now. I feel like if I had been, like, a little bit younger, though, like, and, there would have, like, the idea behind it would have been, like, presented to me, then, you know, could have been something like where I would have been like, oh, hey, that's, like, interesting, I could, like, chase after that, but yeah, no, not nowadays. Okay. Let's zoom in a little bit here. Maybe not. Maybe we need to get a little bit more scaffolding. That looks right, I think. Yeah, Worlds is a lot of fun. We've been having some pretty good Worlds past few years, actually. I remember like a few of them have been very not great. And it was kind of like more like the semifinals were like the exciting Worlds, and then or the exciting ones, and then like the finals were just kind of a little bit of a snore fest, but the past few years have been pretty good. At least the past like 2 or 3. Okay, why is this angle, like, easier than the other angle that I was looking at before? No idea. Whatever. Maybe out here, actually. Yeah, we got, like, those last 3 rows. Okay. That should be the whole floor. I don't remember what the match was 2 years ago. I don't think it was completely free, but at the very least, I think that you're right in that the T1 was like super favored. I think the games were good, if not, you know, if not close. Okay. It's a... Okay, so the bottom here, a little boring. Maybe a little funky, but I think it's better than staring up at a bunch of iron bars floating in the trees. Okay, so now over by like 1 log. What's that? It's fair. And yeah, I'm a big fan of when the series go either 3-2 or like 3-1. I like when the games are, you know, like close in competitive play as opposed to just like 3-0 stomps, but I don't know. I've been watching a lot. I have been watching Pro League for many a year now. I used to always watch it. I used to always follow the Korean circuit. Sometimes I would watch the Chinese circuit. You know, I actually kind of like the way that these the wood beams like sit on top of the iron bars. It kind of looks like they have like a little like bolt in them or something. So it's like almost looks like they're like kind of bolted into like the pieces underneath. There's an interesting feel to it. I have no idea what the heck is supposed to be going on over here. No clue. Probably not gonna do much of anything out this direction. Probably honestly something just like really simple, like a little porch or something. A little, like, veranda. Yeah, exactly. Although I don't have a lot of stability over here, but... eh. That's where we take these bad boys. And just do a little bit of that. And a little bit of that. Boom. Stability. A nice little veranda so we can gaze off into the Black Forest. And and into our trench. You know, actually, with this kind of a little bit of a view going on, I think what I'll do is probably ultimately take our little farm that we have over there, move it over here. Like maybe we'll take out the oak or something, and then we'll just put the like garden like right there, and that way we can like look out at the garden. Absolutely pointless, but yeah, we're going a little bit more aesthetic and vibey for this playthrough as opposed to, I don't know, anything else. Okay. Still a lot of work to be done, and we're not going to do that tonight. So I think that this is probably a pretty good pausing point. So yeah, I think I'm going to close up here for the night. Sounds weird, but I think we'll end here for the night. Anyways, do some last minute little chore things. I sometimes sacrifice aesthetics in the name of functionality, but I like to do a nice little mix in my bases normally. I don't really like my bases looking super ugly, but like this is an eyesore. But I had already planned, you know, doing a base beforehand, so this was literally just like this is just function. Super ugly, and I can't wait to tear it down. But but yeah. Function. Aesthetic. Function. Don't bother the bees. This is now going to be the thumbnail. Anyways, alrighty, A2. You have a good night as well. So yeah, let me just say thank you everybody so much for coming, hanging out, lurking, chit-chatting, all the good stuff. I really appreciate all of you guys and all the love that you show. It's honestly makes this a whole lot of fun, and I hope that you're all enjoying it as well. Tomorrow is day off, so we will come back to this on Thursday, and we'll really crack down on getting the base all finished. A lot of it's going to be kind of putting in the chests, getting our stuff moved up, building the actual housing part. We'll probably take a little... I said we'll crack down, but we'll honestly probably go get ourselves into trouble in the plains a little bit too, in order to drain those tar pits out. So we can put in a nice looking roof that we probably won't be able to see because of the foliage. But yeah, I'm sure that'll be a good time. So thank you all so much for joining me. I hope that you will all join me next time. I hope that you will have a lovely evening or lovely rest of your day, depending on where you are in the world and when you're watching this. I hope that you will spread love and kindness wherever you go, and that it will be returned to you in turn. Everybody, have a wonderful night. Gravy signing out. Meow.